Good morning, everyone. I declare open this hearing of the Senate Community Affairs References Committee's inquiry into the Support at Home program. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians on the land on which we're meeting, pay my respects to elders past and present, and extend that respect to First Nations people who are present today. The committee will be conducting today's hearing via video conference and in person. Actually, it's teleconference today, isn't it? Via teleconference, that's all right, and in person. I'm Senator Penny Orman-Payne, Chair of the committee, and I have with me Senators Ananda Raja and Askew. Senator Ruston will be joining us shortly, and Senators Antic and Whittaker are joining us online. These are public proceedings being... How do you say video streamed? Telestreamed? Telestreamed. Telestreamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of the evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. And I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via teleconference who are not speaking, if you could please mute your phones. I now welcome representatives from, no, that's not who we are, from Dementia Australia and Mr Steve Wright. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection and obligations of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, if representatives from Dementia Australia could state their full names and the capacity in which they're appearing, and if Steve, if you can just state your first name. So I'll go to...
My name's Tanya Buchanan and I'm here as the CEO of Dementia Australia.
I'm Eliza Haslett. I'm the Executive Director of Policy and Government Relations at Dementia Australia.
I'm Steve, an advocate with Dementia Australia and also a carer for 15 years.
Great, thank you. I'm going to invite you to make some short opening remarks, and I understand we may have some remarks from Dementia Australia and Steve potentially separately, and then we'll go to questions. So I'll start with Dementia Australia.
Thank you, Senator. So, as we said, my name's Tanya Buchanan. I'm the CEO of Dementia Australia, and I'm joined today by Eliza Haslett, our Executive Director of Policy and Government Relations, and Dementia advocate Steve Wright, who cared for Diane, his wife of 54 years. Dementia Australia is the national peak body representing all Australians living with all forms of dementia and carers. We also deliver services through the Commonwealth Home Support Program and the National Dementia Support Program. With 2 in 3 people with dementia living in the community, Dementia Australia strongly supports the intent of support at home, providing services to enable people living with dementia to remain independent and at home for as long as possible. But we are concerned that this intent is not yet being realised for many people living with dementia and their carers. Since the introduction of the Support at Home program, Dementia Australia has been analysing feedback from our calls to our National Dementia Support Line and also has surveyed more than 350 people with lived experience and sector expertise. And the findings from that work point to serious issues in the assessment process, access, cost and carer support. Dementia is a progressive neurodegenerative condition. A person's capacity can fluctuate day to day and even within a single day. Supports like allied health, assistive technology, home modifications, social engagement and respite are essential to maintaining function, well-being and quality of life, and to delaying the need for more intensive support. They should not be optional extras. Yet people are not consistently getting the supports when they need them. Our survey found that 68% of carers and people living with dementia said their support at home package was not fully meeting their needs. Among professionals, 94% said dementia-related needs were not fully captured in the support at home assessment. We are particularly concerned that assessment is not adequately recognising cognitive and behavioural needs, the progressive nature of dementia, or the vital input of carers. We are also concerned that access to services is taking too long while people's condition continues to progress, meaning that the services that they eventually receive no longer reflect their need. Costs are also reducing access, and more than a quarter of our respondents had reduced the amount of support they used. The consequences are visible. Among respondents living with dementia or carers, 60% reported strain or burnout in carers. 26% reported an emergency department presentation, 26% reported a hospital admission, and 45% reported increased support needs. Senators, these outcomes do not reflect the intent of support at home. People living with dementia need and deserve timely dementia-informed assessment, earlier access to restorative and social supports, better access to respite, and funding arrangements that recognise the progressive and complex nature of dementia care. We make these comments in a constructive spirit. Getting this right will benefit people living with dementia and carers, and it will also support the sustainability of our health and aged care systems. Thank you. And before we move to Steve's opening statement, my colleague Eliza would like to record a declaration of interest for the record.
Thanks, Tanya. Senators, I just obviously the integrity of this process is critical, and I just wanted to bring to the Senators' attention that I held a number of roles in the now Department of Health, Disability and Ageing, including in the aged care division. I wasn't directly involved in the design of support at home or the IAT. I've been out of the department since 2024, but I'm still on leave without pay from the Department of Social Services. I'll pass to Steve now, if that's okay. And we know that there's a tight time frame on this, but it's hard to say everything about 54 years. So Steve is going to give his opening statement now.
Senators, thank you for the invitation to appear before this inquiry today. And yes, as Eliza just said, I won't manage 2 minutes. A story is important. It has to be told in full.
Steve, just to let you know, we're very happy to extend time for your lived experience testimony.
Okay, I'll take half an hour. I met my wife Diane in Brisbane back in 1969 whilst I was waiting to deploy to Vietnam with the Australian Army. I went to a ballroom dancing studio and I saw this beautiful young woman, the most beautiful I'd ever seen. I instantly fell in love with her. And 6 weeks later, I proposed. 4 weeks later, I went to Vietnam, and the only contact we had for 12 months was letters. That was the only way we could communicate. When I returned, we married, raised 3 daughters, and eventually settled back here in Tassie in 1989. Around 2005, I realised something was wrong with Di, but I didn't know what. And it started, she said, "Is our godson still with us?" We'd been to his funeral 6 months earlier, and I thought, this is strange. So as more things developed, we spoke to her doctors, and they said, oh, it's a bit of anxiety, and that causes forgetfulness, and that can lead to being depressed. So we'll load her up with all these medications and give her sleeping tablets, and she'll be right. And I knew that wasn't the case. So from 2005 through till 2012, we had to fight the medical fraternity. Finally, we got her to a geriatrician, and it took another 4 years before, and to use his words, well, she's finally ticked all the boxes the government wants. She's got early onset dementia. So then they started medications. Following her ACAT assessment in 2019, Di was assessed as level 4. My initial reaction was, that's rubbish. We don't need that. She's fine. And Melissa said to me, Steve, by the time you get the funding, you will need level 4. So we were very, very lucky. In 2020, she got level 2, and 2 months later, she got level 4 funding. This was included respite for me. some gardening. And I said, why do I need gardening? I'm capable. And the assessor said, but Steve, how long does it take you? I said, 4 hours a week. That's 4 hours you can't spend with Diane. We'll take the gardening off your plate so you can devote your life to looking after her. And so I was determined to keep her at home. I'd had experience of nursing homes, and I promised her she would never go into one. The package then gave me a total of 14 hours out of 164 hours a week to myself. Thanks to Dementia Australia, who had a wonderful day club. Twice a week I went there for 5 hours. They looked after her, they loved her, they nurtured her, they fed her, and they made me free. Dementia Support Australia with their respite staying at home program. Again, I could never get overnight respite. I used to panic. The last time I went to Melbourne, we got over 240 phone calls and text messages. Where are you? When are you coming home? And I couldn't put her through that again. There's no way. Our greatest concern was not the funding in those days, but the lack of dementia training. The carers had maybe 20 minutes during their Certificate 3 course, and it was just totally inadequate. And one of her carers came, a brand new one, Carmen, she was a wonderful young lady, and I said, what training have you had? And she said, oh, just the standard, so we know what dementia is. I said, but you're going to take her walking out in the community. So I went for a 3-hour walk with her to point out every issue along the riverbanks that we had to watch for with Diane. She then followed a discussion with me, did the Wicking Understanding Dementia MOOC, which is one of the best things that's out there. Anyone dealing with people with dementia should be compelled to do that course and level of education. It's absolutely essential. Carmen became an amazing daughter, fourth daughter, according to Diane, apparently from an affair before I met her back in 1969. So that made Carmen about 62, and I referenced her at my wife's funeral that she only looked about 31, but yeah. So yeah, she was part of our family, and she took the trouble to go and get the education to look after her. Everything changed after Diane fractured her hip in September 2025. The AINs in the hospital, I did not know once the surgery was done, she would have someone watching her 24 hours a day. Again, they had no understanding of dementia. One day, the AIN said, your wife's not hungry, she won't eat. I said, what do you mean? He said, she's still got a mouthful of food. I got another spoon of food, tapped her bottom lip, as you do with a baby. She swallowed. She opened her mouth. She was starving, but they didn't know that. And the comment was, oh, okay, so she knows now what to do. No, she doesn't. Every time you've got to do it. Going to the bathroom, the same thing. Oh, Di, hold the handle, hold the handle. I put her arm on the walking frame, wrapped her fingers around the handle. Oh, so she's right now. No, she's not. You've got to do this every time. Even the physio, exactly the same. Came in after surgery. I need to do some exercises. Open your mouth, take a big deep breath and hold it for 5 seconds. I did nothing. So the comment, which was overheard by my daughter, was, it's a waste of our time, she's not responding. Once we can make sure she can stand and walk, that'll do. That was devastating. We were told she was going to have 12 to 16 weeks transition to home, where hospital staff would come in, shower her, because we had to step like that into a bath, so she's not allowed to step into it. We had to have a bath slide, sit her on it, which was a trauma. Turn her around, lift her legs into the bath, slide her across. That's what they were going to do. They were going to have physio at home. Then another OT was heard to say, you do realise she's not going to qualify for transition to home because she's got dementia and you can't fix that. I didn't want the dementia fixing. I wanted her incontinence fixing. I wanted her movement fixing. I wanted her leg fixing. I wanted to get her back as close to what she was before she went into hospital. And that just did not happen. Then they said, oh, well, she's on a home care package, so they should be able to pay. So you've now got state government, federal government. The OT rang her provider. I know, with the new rules coming in on the 1st of November, Di's going to run out of money, so there's no funding for it. She had $22,000 in the bank. I then found out they hadn't even got the staff who could do it. So until she died, I had to shower my wife. It was a two-person job. If one of my daughters was not available, it was up to me. And that was not what the system should have delivered. So I was in the ambulance taking Di to hospital when she couldn't move, and I rang her carer and said, we're on the way to hospital, could you please get this, this and this for me, and then come up to the hospital. Check with the office and make sure you're allowed to do that. No, not allowed to do that. She's not allowed to go into the general. She could be perceived to be working. So she was forbidden to go. So they said, come back to the office. They had the audacity to charge us $415 for Carmen's visit that day because we didn't give them 24 hours notice that we wanted to cancel the service. So I'm not complaining about what we're trying to do. It's the system. They're not looking at the whole person. It was the system that absolutely shattered me. November the 1st came around. I wrote a 3-page letter to her provider asking for justifications of their new fee structure. It took 5 weeks and 2 reminder calls from me before I got what I would term a legal letter or an AI-generated letter that told me absolutely nothing about the specific questions I'd asked. And that's, again, devastating. I'm still trying to get Di back to normal. My main questions were, why did Carmen's hourly rate go from $79.90 to $115? Why did her podiatrist charge her $77, but the package was charged $215? The government was paying that profit margin. Why did her massage go from $60, but again, the package was charged $215? They later dropped that to $115 on the grounds that, well, Wendy's not tertiary trained. What an insult to Wendy. She'd spent 40 years working with aged people and people in Diane's condition. She came and gave her a massage 2 days before she died because she knew she was in pain and wanted to be there to help. Communication with our case handler became phone-based. No longer did they visit because we can't afford to. The government doesn't give us the funding to do it. So they then started charging us by the 15 minutes on every damn phone call we had with them. At the Christmas party just before Di died, her case handler said, I didn't realise Diane had gone downhill so much. My response was, you don't see her anymore. So this is where, again, the system was letting us down. We sought a reassessment after her fractured hip, and we were told, fortunately, we're having problems with the algorithm, don't do it now. We'll tell you when we think we've got the algorithm sorted. So we went along with that. Di lost the 11% dementia allowance from her funding on the 1st of November. The assessment came back at level 7, not level 8, even though Christine, who did the assessment, said, your wife is a level 10, but there's no such thing as a level 10. So effectively, we dropped about $13,000 to care for Di. And it was just ridiculous. It was completed, the assessment was completed 2 weeks before Di passed away. And we were told we could appeal, but I was told it's a very lengthy, difficult process. You're unlikely to succeed. I was that devastated. I couldn't be bothered fighting anymore. On the 18th of January, she passed away peacefully at home, surrounded by her family and Carmen, who was a genuine member of our family by that stage. I understand why the reform to the Aged Care Act were needed. However, my experience is that too many of the changes focused on managing the system rather than caring for the whole person. My wife deserved better. The people who cared for her did the best, but honestly, the system let her down. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Steve. We'll go to questions. I might go to you to start, Senator Askew.
Thank you, and thank you very much for your testimony there, Steve. It's a very disturbing news and story, I'm afraid, but unfortunately it's not an uncommon one. It's something that we've heard a fair bit across the country over the course of this inquiry, so hopefully the recommendations that we make will be able to provide some assistance in trying to improve for the future. I've just got some questions obviously for Dementia Australia, and I just wanted to start, and I think you almost finished on that, Steve, with the area that I was concerned about, and that's the algorithms and how that, I think you touched on it, I think Professor Buchanan as well during your opening statement about the fact that it does not seem to allow for anybody's the conditions and so on, especially from a dementia patient. So I just wonder if you could elaborate a bit on that and what you think we should be looking to try and improve.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Senator. So I think our main concerns that we've seen through talking with people is that the algorithm is not geared towards cognitive cognitive decline and cognitive concerns. So it very much more weights physical sort of deficits and so activities of daily living. So there's a few issues within that. People living with dementia don't always have good insight into what they can and can't do. So we know that 25% of assessments roughly are being done over the phone. So when you're having a conversation with someone with dementia over the phone and ask them a series of questions, you'll get answers that aren't necessarily reflective of their real level of need. And we've heard a lot from carers that they're actually not being, they're not having an opportunity to really influence those conversations, and that's particularly difficult when it happens over the phone. It's also really important to see people in their own home environment. There's a lot of cues that you pick up, things that you can sort of cross-check things that people are telling you when you see them in their own environment. So it's really important for people living with dementia that their carers are involved, that the assessments are done in person and preferably in their own home. It's also really important, as Tanya said, dementia is a progressive disease. So when you're waiting 12 months for a reassessment, the assessment needs to be future-proofed, really. Unfortunately, we know the way that the disease sort of progresses, and so there needs to be some thought to that. So we would suggest that people living with dementia really need to be automatically approved for respite, for social support, for for assistive technology, so that they don't need to go back through those loops again and wait that really long length of time. So there are a number of things in terms of the assessment that we think could be improved. The other thing that concerns us is that currently one of the first questions is, do you have a dementia diagnosis from a medical specialist? And that's specified as a neurologist or a geriatrician. Well, a lot of people don't know who gave them the diagnosis if they're some years into their journey, and we really think that's an access and equity issue as well. We know that some geriatricians are blocking out half a day a week to actually just write letters to confirm that people have a dementia diagnosis, and that's not a good use of rare specialist expertise and resources, and it also costs people money. They don't need to be asking for that letter again. So there's a number of things in terms of the assessment process that we think need to be improved for people living with dementia.
Yeah, I think there's just a couple of other...
Sorry, can I just check, does that letter have to be provided each time there's a review done? as well? Is that the first question each time there's a review, or is it just the once?
It's just the first time, as I understand, yeah.
And I think we also understand that the cognitive assessment questions in the IAT are not done every time. They're done at assessor discretion,
Yes.
which then means that we're relying on people to have really good training to be able to make that decision. Our understanding is that the assessors get around 90 minutes of dementia training. We don't think that that's sufficient. And we also would like to see clinical oversight of the decision.
So at the moment, it's really from what our feedback that we've received in the inquiry, the actual tool has been basically making decisions that are coming out with, obviously, and there's, I think, Steve's example, that they're coming back with lesser packages rather than improved. So I just wanted to clarify something Steve said about the 11% dementia allowance was dropped. Was that your evidence?
That is one of the things that stopped from the 1st of November.
So it was actually across the board. So
yes.
And so, do you know whether that is something that they were looking at putting in other places? Is that part of what's been meant to be being built into the actual assessment?
I think that was the logic, that once there are new assessment arrangements and more classifications, that the assessment would take care of any additional needs that were being accommodated through the supplement. So as we understand it, there are around 24,000 people that were receiving that cognition and dementia supplement prior to the 1st of November 2025, and people were able to retain that as they went in. But if they sought a reassessment like Steve, they then qualified as a new support at home client, and they lost that 11% loading on top of their package. And we're hearing quite a lot from providers about what that money did and how it really served a really important function in terms of, like Steve said, explaining to people and supporting people to actually support people living with dementia, the day-to-day stuff that takes longer, because it just does. So that's been a real concern to us, the loss of that. And I think one of the other issues is that there are a number of supplements that were in place that have actually been retained, but the dementia and cognition supplement is the only supplement that's actually been removed for new clients. So we've still got a veteran supplement, we've still got a homelessness supplement, and we understand and support that, but we don't really understand the rationale for why the dementia and cognition supplement was removed.
So it was the only one, sorry.
And just adding to that, the removal of that supplement has real impacts on real people, but it also has system impacts, because now we don't know how many people are in the system with dementia or cognitive impairment.
That's a really good point.
Can I just make a point on this training and assessment? And it is absolutely critical. I was told I needed to apply for the carers allowance because I was still working initially. And I went to our doctor, who was a wonderful doctor who stood by Di all her life, and her geriatrician. I had both of their personal mobile phone numbers. That's how good the rapport was. And Nat Hockley helped me fill in the form, took it to Centrelink, and a more mature lady said, "Oh, come over here, I'll have a look at you." She said, "You know this is going to get knocked back." I said, "What do you mean?" I said, "We've answered it honestly." She said, "Well, it says, can your wife feed herself?" And you've said yes. I said, "Of course she can feed herself. She's perfectly okay at this stage." "Yes, but can she go to the shop to buy the groceries on her own? Can she drive to the shop to get it? Is she capable of cooking it and preparing it?" And so the answer was no. Is she mobile? Yes. Now I had to warn her, watch out for that gutter you're about to step up. So she wasn't. So all of the answers that we'd said yes to, because nothing on that form covered dementia. It covered physical disabilities.
Good point.
But we still had to answer the questions. So I think that's how basic it is.
Wow. Okay. I think I'll leave it there because I'm conscious we're going to run out of time if I'm not, but thank you very much for that.
Steve, I'm interested in your comment around the fact that because you've experienced both systems, the home care package and then moving across to support at home, and you made a comment along the lines of, and I don't want to verbal you, but it was something along the lines of initially the issue was training. Am I right in assuming from that then that your experience, if people had been trained better, your experience was better under the home care package system? And if that's the case, I'm just wondering if you could just unpack that a little bit more as to what was better in that older system?
Now, the providers are working to tight budgets. From my observation with the one that I was with, and it was a big organisation, training is not important.
Yeah.
The staff are told, oh, look, it's online if you want to go and have a look at dementia. There is no compulsion to do it, and that is still the case. But we're getting more and more people like Carmen, who is a real advocate, and she's talking to other staff saying, hey, you really need to do this course. Yep. It gave me so much understanding. But even some of the medical staff at the hospital didn't really have much of an idea. And I was recently invited to the International Dementia Conference in Sydney. That was one of the things that came out. I was interviewed by Ray Martin, I'll admit it, 20 minutes, it was great. But it came up that the education, even in the hospitals, is not appropriate. You get someone with dementia go into ED, as soon as they look agitated, you whack them with something.
Yes.
I found in the hospital in Queensland, where Di was for 6 days just before she died, in their geriatric ward, they have a dementia group, the same staff all the time, 6 staff to 8 people. And if it meant walking with you because you're agitated, they would walk with you for 3 or 4 hours. The care there was so totally different to what it is now. The Gold Coast Hospital is just opening up a new section where if you go to ED and you've got dementia, they move you straight over to trained staff who've got a totally different approach. And it's not happening fast enough, and yet with the most rapidly growing issue in our population. So yeah, you've got to have at least basic training, not 15 minutes in a 6-week course.
And I think there are some great individuals who take the onus on themselves, but that's probably not good enough for a system-wide approach. We've been advocating strongly for minimum qualifications for people working with people living with dementia for some time, and really feel that that's an important baseline that needs to be there across all of the system, and the onus shouldn't be on really well-meaning and dedicated individuals like Carmen looking after Di. It needs to be much more widespread and supported in a system approach.
And Senator, in response to feedback from other advocates that we received into what's been the big difference, it seems to be the access to services has really declined because of the significant increase in costs. So compounding the long wait times and the assessment process is this loss of services, and that's having real impacts, particularly for carers who are increasingly reporting burnout, stress and strain, and that's obviously not the intent of the system.
So I guess, like, the reforms, from my perspective, tried to do 2 things. They wanted to move from what was essentially a provider-centric bit of legislation to a person-centred piece of legislation, hence the schedules that talked about rights-based care, putting in a Charter of Rights. But then the other schedules really went to the administration and the finances of the system. And my sense of it is that actually the admin and the finance stuff has failed. Nobody is getting more access to service more quickly and at reasonable prices. interested
That's what our survey results show. Yeah, there's definitely longer waiting times. People are having to make decisions about what services they access because while they may have retained their level of funding, the buying power is not the same as it was in the package due to providers putting their fees up and co-contributions as well. So I think those things are real concerns, absolutely.
Yeah.
And sorry, Steve, you go.
I think we need more equity too, and this is from someone who's a very close friend. Her father got dementia and a little bit of Parkinson's. He's under 60, so he didn't qualify for a package. Went through NDIS. NDIS gave him triple the funding that my wife had.
Yeah.
Where is the equity? He is fully functional. He just needs directing. He still plays competition 10-pin bowling every week. That's what we want. We're the forgotten group.
Senator, with respect to people living with dementia in particular, we know that a lot of these services as well that are attracting co-contributions are actually therapeutically of benefit for people. And so our concern, even before the introduction of the reforms, was that we were concerned that this would disproportionately impact people who are living with dementia and their ability to retain their independence. So we have been advocating for quite some time for the co-contributions to be looked at again for people who have a diagnosed dementia, because maintaining social connection and maintaining independence is how we start to support people to stay at home for longer.
Yep.
Which begs the question, is co-contributions even the right model? I mean, there were other models on the table.
Yeah. Can I just go back to the admission to the tour? Just conscious of the fact that the government recently announced the priority pathway for people with MND, which obviously recognising that the people with cognitive decline are not being treated, assessed correctly. So do you think the government should actually look to expand that to all people with any kind of degenerative conditions or cognitive decline?
We strongly support that extension to all people with a neurodegenerative condition.
So that would be one way of actually making sure that there was given a quick priority pathway.
And then, ensuring that there were access to services.
Yeah, and then the actual dealing with then the co-contribution side of things would need to.
And it is very important to be thinking about future-proofing. These are progressive conditions, so recognising that the assessment occurred at a point in time, but they will be progressive. So how do we support people so they're not having to jump back through hoops over and over and over again?
Yeah. Okay.
I note though that a priority pathway, which I understand, aren't we just trying to fix the fact that we still have a system that's rationing care when the Royal Commission said we are not supposed to be rationing care? People should get care at the time that they need it. We're not asking people when they walk into hospital with a broken leg to go, sorry, you're number 10, we only do 9 a day. I just feel like the suggestions that people are making is because we've agreed that, okay, we're going to let them continue rationing.
I think our response to you, Senator, would be we want to see people with dementia and indeed all forms of neurodegenerative pathway conditions get the support they need when they need it. We understand the pathway is one way to do that, and there's certainly others.
Yeah. I guess my concern is we're still accepting that other older people who have genuine urgent needs, regardless of what they are then waiting, whereas nobody should be waiting.
I think that's certainly our preference, but in the absence of that, I think we are, supportive of fast-track pathways for certain conditions.
Yeah. Look, that brings us to time. Okay. Yep.
Just on the issue of the assessment process and the multiple reports, specialist reports and diagnostics and so on, at the moment we are mandating the uploading of diagnostics and imaging into My Health Record. So that's happening, but that excludes specialist reports. And, these are really expensive to get. They are, not easy, particularly for people in regional communities. Do you think there should be some recommendation the committee looks at with regards to mandatory uploading of specialist reports into My Health Record?
I don't think we've taken a view on that, Senator, so I couldn't answer it.
Well, what is
right
your
now.
view? You have an opportunity to give us an opinion.
I mean, it's very difficult for people living with dementia to have a full comprehensive health record, and I think, you know, anything that helps to have a comprehensive view of a person as their needs change is helpful.
Okay, Steve, would that have been helpful if the specialist reports had been uploaded into My Health Record for you?
Yes, it would, because we saw Di's geriatrician on a regular basis. But yeah, every time you needed to fill something in, you had to go back to step one. So I would agree it would potentially would have helped. As well, if Di had had her transition to home period, she may still have been alive today. And the reason I say that is Christmas Eve, we were told she'd got an inoperable growth that was probably malignant, 1.5% chance of successful surgery. A professional helping shower her would have detected the external symptoms, and she could have been treated earlier. So it's, yeah.
Yeah, it would have made a big difference.
All of that information would definitely have helped her.
So does Dementia Australia, are you going to be coming to a position on this, or looking into whether medical reports, for example, should be uploaded into My Health Record? Have you done any sort of education amongst your members on My Health Record and its utility?
Not to date. We don't have members who are health professionals, so we support people who are impacted by dementia. I think the other challenge is, of course, for rural and remote people being able to even access specialists is a real concern. And so whilst I think it would be helpful for people's, for clinicians to have that complete picture in one place, it's also the case that we know from people who live in rural and remote areas that they can't even access a specialist to get a diagnosis.
Okay, that wasn't really the question I asked, but that's okay. All right, we might leave it there. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Look, can I say thank you very much for coming before the committee today and for your submissions. And Steve, thank you very much for coming and telling yours and Diane's story. I know it's not easy to tell, and I also know that by you coming and doing this, you're really speaking on behalf of the thousands of people who are in situations that you and Diane found yourselves in. So thank you.
Thank you. Without Dementia Support Australia, without Dementia Australia, and without the Wicking Institute, I honestly don't think I would be here today. They have been the key thing in my journey, not the system.
Thank you. And your message has been heard loud and clear by the committee.
Thank you.
The committee will report to the Senate on the 24th of November 2026, and we've agreed that responses to questions on notice should be provided by close of business on Friday the 21st of August 2026. I don't believe we took any from this panel though, so thanks again very much for appearing before us today. Thank you. All right, Carers Tasmania. Oh. At least they're nice and soft. It is nice to have a soft chair to sit on for the day.
This is where I have my Rotary meeting every Monday.
Your what meeting?
Rotary.
Oh, okay.
Come in here for Rotary Monday.
All right. Carers Tasmania. I'm now going to welcome representatives from Carers Tasmania. Oh, are they? Oh, doesn't say that there.
Is she on
Are
the line?
they online?
Yes, she
Yeah. Okay. All right. I now welcome representatives from Carers Tasmania. Thank you very much for appearing before the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection and obligations of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing today?
Thank you. My name is Julie Ryan and I'm appearing in my capacity as the Executive Policy Officer at Carers Tasmania.
Thanks very much, Ms Ryan. I'm going to invite you now to make some opening remarks and then we'll go to Senators' questions.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and thanks for the opportunity to appear today before the committee. As just stated, my name is Julie and I'm the Executive Policy Officer here at Carers Tasmania. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the lands that we're all meeting from today and pay my respects to elders past and present. I also acknowledge any Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander people who are here with us today. Carers Tasmania is the peak body representing more than 87,000 family and friend carers across our state. My role is focused solely on systemic advocacy for carers. Our service delivery arm, Care to Serve, is currently the sole provider of the National Carer Gateway program here in Tasmania. We don't provide any support at home packages, as our clients are the carers, so those family members and friends who are supporting people who need assistance. Our submission to the inquiry articulated that we show support of the intent of the Support at Home program in that older Australians and their carers should be able to live independently, safely and with dignity at home for as long as possible. But we know this will only be achieved if the support is able to be accessed in a timely manner, if it's affordable and responsive to those family circumstances. Tasmania has the oldest and fastest ageing population, and around 1 in 6 Tasmanians is a carer. When access to formal support is delayed, unaffordable or unavailable, those support needs don't disappear. They're absorbed by family and friend carers, many of whom are older, have health conditions or disability themselves. They might be balancing paid work, facing financial stress, or be socially isolated. We know that a large proportion of Tasmanians in general have challenges with digital connectivity and literacy. As noted in our submission, our primary concerns are long wait lists to access support, challenges around the co-contributions and financial hardship processes, provider pricing, the automated assessments, some of the carryover rules in terms of funding, thin markets, particularly in rural and regional Tasmania, shortages in accessing respite, and the upcoming transition from the Commonwealth Home Support Program into Support at Home. We know that support at home should be viewed as a whole of system reform. If it works well, it will help sustain carers, protect older people's safety and independence, help reduce avoidable hospital demand and delay premature entry into residential aged care. If it doesn't work well, those costs will continue to be shifted to carers, onto hospitals and onto residential aged care facilities. Our submission really calls for meaningful human oversight of assessment decisions, fair pricing and accessible and clearly understandable hardship arrangements, stronger rural and regional service capacity, clear information on review rights, action on backlogs in accessing support and respite shortages. We also hope for a no disadvantage transition from the Commonwealth Home Support Program onto Support at Home. We also need to ensure that information is accessible and understandable for our diverse cohorts, including these families who are sometimes experiencing significant amounts of stress. Ultimately, success must be measured by whether older people and those who care for them receive the right support when they need it, and whether carers in their caring role are sustained rather than stretched further. Lastly, I'd also like to acknowledge that Carers Tasmania is part of the National Carer Network. So this national network consists of Carers Australia and the peak carer organisations in each state and territory. I know that Carers Australia and several other state and territory organisations have also provided their own submissions to this inquiry. And although there are small jurisdictional differences, many of our carer-focused concerns are consistent nationally. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ms Ryan. I might kick us off. Given that you've been, Can I just clarify, were you also working in this space prior to the new Act coming into effect?
Yes, within the peak body systemic advocacy role, yes.
Yeah. So I guess my first question is, how would you describe the experience of carers and the people that they're caring for under the new supported home system compared to the experiences that they were having prior to the reforms coming in? And if you could describe how things have changed for better or for worse.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. So I think the first point on that question is there has been a lot of confusion about the changes from the home care packages system to support at home. So I know that our organisation and many other services have spent a lot of time talking with clients about these changes and what that might mean. Part of our team at Care to Serve are responsible for providing education and wellbeing events, and they've actually developed some modules tailored to supporting someone accessing aged care. And so a strong focus on those modules was looking at what the changes might mean for those families. In addition to those modules, our team has also ran many workshops as well, where they have the opportunity to sit down with a staff member and actually talk to others and unpack these changes. I think although the intention, I guess, has been to lessen the wait times in accessing support once a person has been assessed, we haven't really seen a huge change when talking with carers in terms of how long they're waiting to access support. We're still hearing that many families are waiting significant amounts of time to start receiving the support that they've been assessed at. Recently, I've spoken with a lady who's in her late 80s. She has some really significant health challenges of her own. So her partner, who she cares for, was on the previous home care package system. On that system, he was assessed as a level 2. He's recently been reassessed earlier this year, and they've determined he has level 8 support needs under support at home, but they've been told that there is a minimum of a 10-month wait for that increase in support. So what we're still seeing is that people are waiting very long amounts of time to access the support that they've been assessed at.
How has affordability of services changed for people since the new Act has come into force?
I think affordability is one of the big challenges that we're hearing. So I know that from October there will be changes, I guess, in terms of not having to pay a co-contribution to personal care supports. That will make a big difference. But prior to that coming into effect, we've been hearing from carers who are very financially stressed. Their budgets are stretched. We've heard from families who have chosen to limit the amounts of support that they could be eligible to access, or they're going without completely because they simply can't afford the co-contribution amounts that these services attract now.
What you also note in your key concerns around the carryover limits for assistive technology and home modifications. Can you just speak to the impacts that is having on carers and the people that they're caring for?
Yeah, of course. So in terms of the impacts of those changes to the carryover limits, there is a lot of confusion, particularly for those carers supporting someone who may have previously been accessing a home care package. Many people are not sure of what the changes actually mean, or they're not sure, how to actually access the support that they need. I think that's leading to people going without, or there's stress about the fact that the that they can't actually save up for those bigger items or larger cost supports where they may have been able to before. So, for example, carers in the past have told us that they might have been saving additional funding up for a bigger break of respite. So if they had a planned hospital admission, perhaps later in the year, or if they had something that they needed to attend to where the person they support might need additional support for a week or two, and that support would be more significant than what they usually have on a weekly basis, they would save up their funding essentially for that event. But now there's a lot of, I guess, concern that they don't have that sort of safeguard there anymore.
And one last question from me, and then I'll pass on the call. I'm wondering if you could speak to who it is that is doing the caring here in Tasmania. So who are the carers? And what is the impact of caring on them?
Sure. So in Tasmania, it's estimated that there's more than 87,000 carers within the state. So that's carers in the context of not only supporting someone accessing aged care, but it might be a person supporting someone because of disability, mental ill health, a chronic or life-limiting illness, alcohol or other drug dependence. And we also consider informal kinship carers to be carers as well. So they're people who are supporting a child within their family because that child's birth parents cannot. So in the context of the aged care sector, we might see sometimes that a person is caring for their older partner, but they also might be caring for a grandchild at the same time. So it can be quite complex. We also find, particularly for older Tasmanians, that there are quite a number of co-caring relationships, particularly when there's no one else available in the family. So it might be a husband and wife caring for each other in different capacities. The wife might be the primary person organising appointments, etc., and the husband might be helping out with physical tasks at home. There's a whole range of different caring scenarios, but I think some of the greatest impacts that we see on carers within Tasmania, but also nationally, are really high levels of isolation, high levels of stress, psychological distress, financial disadvantage. We see carers leaving the workforce early because of their caring role, or reducing the amount of hours that they undertake in employment. There's a whole range of impacts on these family and friend carers.
Thank you. I'm going to pass the call to Senator Askew.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms Ryan, for your evidence. It was a very interesting opening statement, and I just want to pick up on a couple of points from there, but also for your submission. So we've worked through that and touched on a lot of those already. First of all, I just want to get an understanding of what access to respite looks like here in Tasmania.
Sure. So access to respite here in Tasmania really varies, I guess, depending on the type of caring role and where a person is within the state. But I guess in the context of older Tasmanians, there's a few different ways that respite can happen. So sometimes respite can be delivered in-home, and that may be through a support at home package. So that might look like, an hour or two a week where a worker comes into the home and the carer can actually get out of the house. Sometimes it's framed as respite, but it might be actually that the carer is just going out to get the shopping done or to go to the pharmacy, that sort of thing. So it's not really providing, I guess, an adequate break for that carer. It can also happen in the form of social support. So again, a worker might take the older person out into the community. They might have specific social activities that they like to attend to, and that might give the carer a little bit of time. There is another form of respite as well. And so in my opening statement, I touched on residential aged care facilities. So our team at Care to Serve help manage the bookings for residential aged care facilities across the state just for respite. So that's when an older person has been assessed as being eligible to access respite in an aged care facility. The carer will call our team and let our team know what part of the state they're living in, their rough idea of when they might want to access respite, and then our team will call the aged care facilities within that area to find out who has beds available within that time frame. Usually for respite in these residential aged care facilities, most have a minimum stay of 14 days. So that does often give carers the opportunity for a significant break. And that break is really to help them rest and recharge so they can, you know, have a bit of time to themselves, but also sustain their caring role for when that person comes back home.
So is that
quite often,
is that readily available, the residential aged care respite, and also is there options for overnight respite in their homes? We've heard evidence here this morning even that one gentleman struggled to get overnight care for his wife. So
yes, I'll touch on the overnight in the homes first. That one is particularly challenging just because of the sheer cost of that support. So if a person has a higher level package, it might be more accessible because it's quite costly. But aside from that, it isn't really a common option that is used just because of the cost. In terms of accessing the respite in residential aged care facilities, that can be quite tricky as well. So I think in our submission, I noted at the time of writing, we had about 100 people waiting to access a residential respite booking across the state of Tasmania. So sometimes, you know, a carer might call us and then they might have to wait 6 weeks or more before a respite bed is available for the person that they're supporting, which doesn't really help in circumstances where an emergency has happened. So, for example, if the carer became really unwell or injured or was at that point of burnout, it becomes even more challenging for carers supporting someone with dementia, particularly when they need respite to support their specific needs. There are other health or disability conditions as well that make it difficult in that some respite facilities are not equipped to support those high level of need as well. So it can be quite tricky and quite a lengthy process to actually get that respite booked in.
Now, I noticed you mentioned thin markets before, so I was suspecting, knowing Tasmania, that would reflect across the state, as into different areas where it's more easily to get someone in to get into respite than not. I just wanted to go to another comment you made during your opening statement, and that was about your concerns about the transitioning from CHSP to support at home. Just wondered if you could elaborate a little bit more on that and what your key concerns are in that area.
Of course. So I guess our key concerns for that transition are to ensure that older Tasmanians and their carers don't experience like a gap in service when that transition occurs. We've also heard from some carers who they're worried about the transition from CHSP to support at home due to that cost factor. So I was speaking with a carer the other day who was talking about her co-contribution costs at the moment under CHSP, and was really worried that once the transition happens to support at home, that they wouldn't be able to afford the co-contribution for that support. We've also heard from carers who are supporting someone who may be eligible right now for a support at home package, but they're sticking with CHSP now, again, because of the cost difference.
So that's something we've heard quite a bit in the inquiry hearings, and I think it's probably a major concern in that is then the backlog that will block up on CHSP as a result of it, but we'll just see how that goes. Yeah. The other thing I just wanted to touch on was the assessment tool that's currently being used, because obviously with your carers you'd have people that are trying to support people or people that they're caring for to apply for packages on the assessment tool, and I just wanted to understand your feedback and understanding around that and the automation of that process.
Yeah, so I think the assessment tool and the automation is causing a lot of, challenges for families in terms of people are telling us that there isn't the option to have a worker override the decision if they feel the assessment outcome is not quite right. So our key thoughts are that automated or computer-assisted tools, they shouldn't be the sole basis for decision making, and that there must be, a clear and easy pathway to override those assessment decisions if there is a sense that something is not quite right. We've also heard from some carers that sometimes this assessment process isn't reflective of the true experience of what is really going on for the family, and that sometimes the support determined through this assessment doesn't consider the full toll on the carers, and because sometimes there may be a carer there, so in some circumstances it's been determined that the older person doesn't need that additional level of support because there is a carer there with them, but it doesn't take into account the impacts and the stress that the additional support provided by the carer has on them.
And is your feedback that the majority of those assessments are being done by phone or in person?
I believe it's a mix. So in speaking with our team member who's been running the Caring for Older Tasmanians workshops, they've been talking about aged care pricing and how to advocate for yourself. And from what she's told me, it seems to be a mix of phone and in person. Is your understanding that it's being more done by phone now rather than previously? I'm not sure that I can comment on whether it's changed more now by phone or not, but I've definitely heard that there is a mix of both methods.
Excellent. All right. Thank you very much for your time. That's the end of my questions. So thanks for your contribution.
Do you have any questions?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms Ryan, for your evidence today. We really appreciate the time taken for the submission to the inquiry and you making yourself available for this hearing. And I think it's really important that we get the perspective of carers in this inquiry, so we really appreciate hearing from you today. The committee will report to the Senate on the 24th of November 2026, and we've agreed that responses to questions on notice should be provided by close of business on Friday, 21st of August 2026. Thanks very much again for your time today.
Thank you very much.
Okay, shall we suspend? We might just briefly suspend. I now welcome representatives from Silverchain. Thank you very much for appearing before the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection and obligation of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, if you could please state your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing today, and I'll start on my left.
Carolyn Bell, Executive Director of Aged Care at Silverchain.
And Bronwyn Perry, Executive Director, Strategic Communications at Silverchain.
Thank you. I'm going to invite you to make some opening remarks and then we'll go to Senators' questions.
Senators, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. My name is Carolyn Bell and I'm the Executive Director, Aged Care at Silverchain. Silverchain has provided care in Australian homes for 130 years. Today, we provide care and services to more than 140,000 people each year and are the largest not-for-profit provider of in-home aged care. We support more than 8,300 support-at-home clients and more than 33,000 Commonwealth Home Support Program clients. We strongly support the intent of the aged care reforms and the ambition behind support at home. The goal of helping older Australians live safely, independently and with dignity in their own homes is one we share. There are practical changes needed to ensure the program delivers on the promise made to older Australians. From our experience delivering support at home, older people are encountering delays and complexity at multiple points in the system, including assessment, approvals, reassessments and access to funding. These barriers can delay care, increase confusion and in some cases undermine the very objective of supporting people to remain safely at home. Older people need faster and more flexible access to care. The assessment and approval processes should enable timely support rather than create additional barriers. Some of the most promising elements of the reform, including restorative care, end-of-life support and assistive technology and home modifications, require refinement so people can access these services when they need them, not months later. Implementation must be treated as an ongoing responsibility. This reform will take time to embed, and we all have a shared interest in ensuring the system is continually improved as issues emerge. Support at home has enormous potential. Our recommendations are intended to help realise that potential by making the system more responsive to the needs of older Australians. The test for support at home is simple. Does it help older people get the right care, at the right time, at home, where they want to be? At present, parts of the program are failing that test. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And I'm going to go to Senator Whittaker first for questions, and she's appearing via teleconference. So, Senator Whittaker.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Silverchain for appearing today and for making the submission to the inquiry. I am hoping that you can talk us through, is there anything in the new system that you think is doing better for older Australians?
Just missed the first part of that question.
Just missed the.
Is there anything in the new system that you think is working better for older Australians?
Sure. So I think the intent of bringing assessments together is the right principle and the right intent. Definitely what we are seeing, though, is significant delays in access to care. I think that also the services and offering a breadth of services is, again, good intent and is supporting clients to be able to get a range of services. Again, we would love to see that broaden to provide more access to clients.
We've also welcomed the introduction of the end-of-life pathway. That's a fantastic inclusion in the program and something that we had the privilege of supporting the department and the government to iterate in its early development, given our expertise in community palliative care. Also want to take the opportunity to again commend the government for the additional package release throughout financial year 2026. It's made a substantive difference to how quickly people can access care, and I think makes a significant progress towards the aim of having a much shorter waiting time. So we would like to see that continue as well.
Mm. And I guess in terms of that, the wait time that exists, the number of people who are waiting for a package, that of course also existed under the old system. And I think what I'm interested in your views on is how much of the wait list is a result of a new system and how much is a result of the rapidly increasing number of people who require packages.
Mm-hmm. So, yes, there was people waiting under the home care package program that have flowed into the new program. But I think what we are seeing through the assessment in the support at home program is that it also is creating barriers to access that is contributing to those wait times. And so the effectiveness of the assessment, the way the assessments and the outcomes of those assessments, and then if it's not suitable or matched to need, the need to then go back and have reassessment is contributing to further delays.
Mm-hmm. Okay. What's been your experience with the transition period? I'm interested in what kind of support the government's provided and to help organisations like yours through the transition.
We worked very closely with the department, and we're members of the sector reference group, and that has been a useful forum to raise issues early and have open conversations about how they can be resolved. One of the things that we advocated very strongly for in the lead up to the introduction, particularly of support at home, but right from the beginning of the aged care reform process, was a comprehensive communication and education campaign for the community about these changes and what they meant. For various reasons that we're not fully privy to, that didn't occur. And so where the gap has emerged is it's been left to providers to explain the system change. Yes, there is a lot of information on the department's website. Yes, older people are very technology savvy and can easily access that information, but it's often not locatable in a way that is easy to find or easy to digest. And so providers have really had to close that gap. And that burden, a lot of it's done in sort of traditional communication or marketing function where client collateral can be prepared and made sure it's easy to understand. But the vast majority of that burden was carried by the care partners, who are the people that have the trusted one-to-one relationship with their clients. And so we did notice that caused enormous amount of additional stress at a time when care partners were already trying to ingest and understand the changes so that they could adequately explain to their clients in the transition what was happening. And that combined at the same time, with higher public interest and, of course, the additional package release, which was welcomed, but it meant that it was sort of a perfect storm of demand on that very valuable care partner role. Similarly, at the same time, that care management cap of 10% really means that they have to be very efficient in how they're administering care management and how much time they can spend on things like explaining the program, when really they should be able to spend that time on planning the client's care services and budget. So I would say overall the transition went reasonably well. I think transition clients were protected by the no worse off principle, but there were a range of other changes as part of support at home that were not as adequately explained, and so the gaps are starting to emerge now for transitioned clients who perhaps have used up any remaining budget that they're allowed to carry over. In particular, the new rollover rules are not well understood in the community, and new entrants, of course, to the market for the first time who've had their package released after waiting also require, additional support from that care partner role. I would say that day one, the care continued to be delivered. It certainly didn't interrupt the care and compassion that our care teams and clinical teams have for their clients, and they made sure that the care was still delivered in the way that the clients needed and expected, but it did put a lot of additional stress on the workforce, as any major change might.
Thank you. That's useful information. One of the things that the government has done in response to some feedback from the sector was deferring the introduction of price caps. And in addition to that, the government's also announced a number of enhanced consumer protections, including empowering the regulated order refunds where providers have been overcharging. I'm wondering what your views are on those decisions.
We are concerned about the introduction of price caps, particularly in a cohort with increasing complexity and needs, and the breadth of services and the breadth of geography in which those services cover. And price caps can actually have the reverse impact and impact on potentially clients needing the most care actually missing out or having trouble accessing that care. There are also cohorts where we don't believe the price caps should be applied, and similarly around co-contributions as well. Co-contributions in the end-of-life pathway we believe should be abolished from that pathway. This is a really critical time where we want as many services for the clients based on their need, and co-contributions as a disincentive to that, or clients making the decision to opt out of necessary services, is of concern to us.
Yeah, we did welcome the deferral of price caps and thanked the government for listening to genuine consumer and provider feedback about the spectre of introducing price caps. We think, on face value, it's potentially a noble aim to cap prices for older people, but we think actually it will work in a way not intended, which is to limit the care available or the providers available to clients that have higher level of complexity or need. Because what we'll see over time is, some providers will begin to, and excuse the term, cherry pick lower complexity clients that they can afford to deliver care to under a price cap. And so that would have the opposite intent of being able to keep older people at home for longer. So we did welcome the deferral of the price caps, and we would strongly urge the government to reconsider that position permanently and not introduce price caps.
Thank you. That's it from me, Chair.
I'll go to Senator Askew.
Thank you. Just on price capping, just on the lifetime cap for the 15,000 for renovations and things, what are your thoughts around that, and how do you see that playing out?
We do have some concerns on the cap for home modifications in particular, particularly as it relates to more expensive home modifications that may need replacement or repair during the lifetime. So the examples we've given in our submission are stair lifts, particularly bidets, equipment like that, where if you've used up your $15,000 to have that piece of equipment or technology or home modification installed, there's then no other funding available to repair or replace that within its lifetime. So that's just a minor thing, but we can foresee that it will be something that could potentially have an impact. The idea of the program overall is to support people to age in place for as long as possible. And so for some people, that may be a few years. For some people, it might be 1 to 2 decades, which would be, a welcome opportunity for us to support people for that length of period. But what that does mean is that there are some practical challenges with a limitation like that one.
And obviously things like a bathroom renovation, we talked about this yesterday, bathroom renovations would probably exceed that straight up, so they've written off any other opportunities to have access to other modifications. Do you think there'd be a limiting factor around the fact that if it is more than $15,000, it's going to be then a co-contribution from the person involved?
Yes, we have seen clients decline home modifications because of the co-contribution requirement, and that is an understandable concern, particularly if they, on a pension or a part pension, might not have the resource to put into that. And so even though there is funding available, sometimes the quantum of the co-contribution discourages them from taking that up.
And have you seen that for, obviously, co-contributions across the board is something that's come up fairly regularly throughout the inquiry, and the risk of people not taking up services and so on. You've obviously, I think, touched on it earlier, just the extent of that. Has that been something that you've seen increase since the 1st of November?
Yeah, it is a significant factor in the consideration of what a client is willing to take on in services, and a significant deterrent and opting out of services that are necessary. There's an assessed care need, but because of that co-contribution, clients are making the choice to not take those services up, which is obviously a concern, and we know that then the flow-on impacts of that, not only an assessed care need not getting met, but also decline and deterioration, and the pressure then flowing down into the acute system and then into potentially avoidable hospitalisations or early entry into residential aged care.
So we do support the introduction of co-contributions, and we recognise that it's necessary for those that are able to contribute towards the cost of their care to be able to do so. But we have made some recommendations around changes to financial hardship.
That's my next question.
Yeah, to recognise that perhaps the financial hardship bar is set slightly too high, particularly for pensioners and part pensioners. Again, that consumer behaviour will probably change over the next decade as more people entering the system have been able to build up a greater personal wealth base. But at the moment, we are seeing, as Carolyn said, a very significant number of clients declining services on an affordability basis.
So what support is there for financial hardship? And obviously you're saying that the bar's too high. Are we seeing that people who are actually applying for it getting it, or is it something that's being declined as well?
So yes, many clients are applying for that. Our level of visibility of the financial hardship process and knowing that a client is in that, we're relying on the client letting us know that, so we actually don't have a lot of insight into that process and where they're at and how long that is taking. It is a complex process. We do recommend that because the program initially, as clients are entering into the program, an income and asset assessment is being done. We're recommending that the financial hardship should actually get assessed at that stage as well, when we're already looking at income and assets when clients are being assessed. So bring the financial hardship process into that assessment as well. It would reduce a barrier, reduce some of the admin, and more timely assessment.
And I noticed I've really read through your recommendations, and there's a lot of really good stuff in there that's worth us definitely taking on board. I just wanted to touch on one more, and that's on the thin markets. You're talking about the pricing, I think, for that as well, policy and pricing mechanisms for supporting areas where there are thin markets. How would you see that happening? What would you see being put in place to be able to support that?
We think the Thin Markets grants program is too limited at the moment, so it effectively only deals with new clients in that thin market, not the ongoing cost and need within a thin market. There would be a number of different, policy setting avenues that could be explored, and so, our recommendation is to explore those more fully and make sure that thin market grants are working effectively, or look at another mechanism that recognises the client in the thin market and the funding can follow them rather than it being on a grant basis. However, the grant basis does support providers like us being able to operate, particularly in remote and regional areas, on an ongoing basis. So there is an argument for that process, but we think it could be strengthened and shouldn't be skimped on, to use that phrase.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your submission and the way in which you've set out the recommendations. It's really clear. I actually want to go to something that's not directly in your submission but has come up in other evidence that I'm interested in your reflections on, I guess, as a provider. We've heard from a number of allied health professionals around what seems to me an insane level of administrivia in order for them to provide services for older people, from the contracts that have to be agreed between supported home providers and them as allied service providers in relation to inability for some people to access a provider of their choice because they're not on the books of a provider. Do you have a view around the way that whole aspect of the system is set up currently?
We certainly have welcomed the strengthened regulation on how all providers in the system, whether they be the registered provider or associated providers, are governed. We think that level of accountability is required based on what we learned in the Royal Commission in particular. But we have got to the point where it is incredibly onerous and, care unintuitive with the system that we have with associated providers. So we're a very large provider, obviously. We have more than 1,000 associated providers. We've made a significant effort to reduce that number. But what that means is that a client doesn't necessarily have their personal preference or choice on a particular allied health provider, for example, because the onboarding process and the red tape that we have to run through to make sure that they meet all of the checks and balances, which that associated provider may have done for other registered providers, but we have to undertake that ourselves again, is too onerous for us to be able to consider having every single client's individual personal preference of an allied health provider. We are, very passionate about the opportunity that allied health brings in terms of preventative care, reablement, and access, but it is the registered associated provider relationship is onerous, and it's causing a lot of red tape. And we do feel for the smaller, particularly the allied health providers, that would be going through this process with every registered provider that they're contracted to deliver services to. So it is onerous.
When you talk about associate providers and the recommendations of the Royal Commission, would it be fair to say that there are different categories of associated providers? Like, it would seem to me that allied health professionals already have to be registered by APRA. The idea that the level of red tape and onboarding for somebody who is a qualified healthcare professional, I would have thought that they should be categorised differently to someone, for example, who's just got a Cert 3 in providing personal care services.
Yes. And so I think there is an improved risk proportionate response that we can take based on type of associated provider, so what type of service, the scale, and, as you say, recognition of existing licensing or assessment or regulation programs where we can recognise and leverage from those assessments and recognitions already.
And I guess the other question that I have, which I hadn't fully appreciated, I guess, until, you get into the weeds on this stuff, like we've had both older people who've been receiving aged care services, their carers and providers themselves, talking about the fact that Tom goes and gets podiatry services from his podiatrist who is contracted to the aged care provider. The service might cost $100, but it's billed to the package of, say, $200. Where is that? Why is that additional money being put on top? And why is it not the case that if you are seeking a health service, you can't just go to your podiatrist, OT, whoever it is that you normally see, and simply have the cost for that service paid for? Where is this additional money coming into the picture? Because that seems like a massive waste of public money that could be going into the health system or for other care, for example.
Yeah. The Support at Home program is a fundamental shift in the pricing framework compared to what was under the Home Care Package program, which had a component of fixed funding which covered package administration and care management. And so a lot of the fixed overheads, the quality and safety that we have built into delivering these programs were part of that pricing. The Support at Home package administration as a overhead no longer exists, and the care management has obviously significantly decreased as well. And so you now need to build into your unit prices the cost of delivering and the oversight and the governance of delivering support at home. And so the increased unit pricing is reflective of that.
So is that not a fundamental flaw then in the way support at home has been set up, in the sense that if I'm an older person and I know that I need an OT, I know that I need a podiatrist, I know that I need a physio, and I already have all of them and I have a good relationship with them, it would seem to me that we would have been better sticking with a process where I could say, I also need someone to help me manage my package, so I'm going to pay someone specifically for that, and then I can just obtain the services that I need, and I can keep relationships with providers that I already have.
I think some of that complexity could be resolved with simple changes like being able to the flexibility in the pricing, for example, on the My Aged Care portal. You must list certain prices for things. So that doesn't mean that a provider is not open to using the client's preferred allied health provider, for example, and then charging the markup that's required for us to run the governance on that, the associated provider system, which could, change the pricing significantly from what is the price listed in the portal.
I guess the bit that I'm really struggling with, and if I am now over 65 and needing services, I would still be struggling with, is the idea that there needs to be some sort of governance fee for an allied health professional who is already registered, in the same way that I go and see a doctor. If I get admitted to hospital, there's no package fee over the top of that because I'm using a registered health service. And I guess that's my question. Why is that need to be part of this?
I think it's a feature of the single provider model in that we are responsible for the care. So there necessarily is a level of oversight that we need to take into that care delivery, even if we're outsourcing that to a third party, we are responsible for that under the Act. So a multi-provider model could alleviate some of that concern because it would, I'm assuming, shift some of that governance responsibility to the other parties themselves, whereas at the moment we are responsible for that. So for example, at Silver Chain, we have very strong in-house allied health offering for that reason, but we also work with clients' preferred providers as well. In terms of the governance, I would say that, yes, they might be ARPA registered, for example, but the aged care standards are separate, and so you'd want to have some level of surety that they're meeting those aged care standards in the way that they're required to be met.
Right.
I think what's also
seems overly administratively complicated from my perspective.
Senator, what is also important in that is that the allied health will be one aspect of that client's care, and so there will be a number of other services that are part of that client's care plan and what is contributing to keeping them at home. And so, yes, that allied health service and the registration and the professionalism of that service. But what we are also looking at is that end-to-end and that continuity and how all of those services interact and support each other. And so the sharing of information, capturing that, managing goals of care, monitoring deterioration are some of the aspects that are important in delivering a holistic service to that client.
Thank you. I guess my concern is that we've made this transition and we already had the carers give evidence before you, and the stats from their survey are really damning. Like they said, 68% believe that support at home is not fully meeting their needs. 94%, as you have rightly expressed too, have concerns about the integrated assessment tool. 45% say they've got increased support needs and they're not being met. And so I guess my concern is that we've had this massive reform. Providers are telling us their costs are being squeezed. People who are receiving the care are saying they can no longer afford care. And so it would seem to me that there are some serious flaws in the system if we've done all this reform and all this money is being spent and people on the ground, their reality is not significantly improved.
We've certainly been encouraged by particularly our relationship with the department and the government in the flexibility that has been shown to date on making some changes. So, for example, the personal care co-contributions, which the sector long foresaw was going to have an impact on utilisation, and that older people would be saying, I can live with having 2 or 3 showers a week instead. That is a sensible change, and we were very grateful that the feedback was listened to. We need to keep that mentality going. It's not a one-off launch event. We can't set and forget on support at home. And at the moment, I would say, from my perspective, certainly we are leveraging the relationships between individual care partners and their clients across the sector, and so there is strong trust there, and at the moment clients are willing to trust their care partner that things are going to get better, that they'll explain it to them again until they understand it. That's going to get old very, very quickly if we can't fix some of these little fundamental issues that continue to plague the system.
I guess my sense of the evidence is that they're not small issues. There's some really fundamental problems here. Like if someone can't get assessed properly, that is a fundamental problem. Like the whole point of this system is to assess people properly for care, and even your own submission says that's not fit for purpose. We've got thousands of people who can't afford their care. We've got people who are waiting longer than ever. I'm struggling to understand, you know, how we can say that these reforms are taking us in the right direction.
I think a continued approach to reform is what's required. So, as I said, not a set and forget approach that we've started. We need to keep going. We need to keep tweaking. It can't be, well, that's what we designed and so that's the end of the process. Hearing the consumer feedback is essential as part of that, because there's experience as a provider, but there's also experience of individual consumers and a consumer lens that needs to be carefully considered on how it's being interpreted for them as well. So we would say that there's a lot more to do. It's a good start, but there's a lot more that we need to do collectively.
Okay, thank you. Unless anybody else has questions, I'm going to leave it there. Thanks very much for your submission. As we said, it's very comprehensive and there's lots of recommendations in there for the committee to consider, and really appreciate you coming before the committee today. The committee will report to the Senate on the 24th of November 2026, and we've agreed that responses to questions on notice should be provided by close of business on Friday the 21st of August, but I don't think we took any questions on notice in this session. So the committee will now suspend for a short break and we will recommence at 11:15. We will now resume, and I now welcome representatives from Anglicare Tasmania. Thank you for appearing before the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege, the protection and obligation of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, if you could state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today.
My name's Ellen Nicholson and I'm the General Manager for Aged Care Tasmania, for Anglicare Tasmania in the Aged Care team.
Thank you. I'm now going to invite you to make a short opening statement, and then at the end of that we'll go to Senators' questions.
Great, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Anglicare Tasmania support around 1,800 older people across southern, northern and northwest Tasmania. We employ around 270 staff in our aged care team. We strongly support the intent of the Support at Home program. Older people should be able to stay safe, independent and well supported in their homes for as long as they possibly want to. We're concerned that the current system is creating avoidable cost, delay and rework. And to us, these are not just administrative frustrations. Every delayed approval, duplicated process, unclear pathway or underfunded service creates a cost somewhere else, for older people, for providers, for government organisations, our hospitals, for families and for informal carers. We've made 8 recommendations to improve the Support at Home program that we think are achievable within the next 6 to 12 months. Number 1 is to conduct a full review into the ATHM pathway, including how it operates in practice and how it could be administered more efficiently. Number 2 is to provide basic ATHM approval for all eligible clients so we can arrange the items that they need more quickly. Number 3 is to review the home modification funding model, including the $15,000 high tier amount, and remove or modify the lifetime cap, particularly for renters. Number 4 is to introduce mandatory provider notifications, including visible status tracking and a responsive communication channel with the department between providers and the department. Number 5, this relates to the associated provider governance, to implement a more proportionate tiered governance model that reduces the red tape and recognises larger or nationally used providers through a central verification process. Number 6 is to build the financial hardship application process into the aged care assessment. Number 7 is to ensure assessments consider a participant's current care and services and that classification levels realistically reflect the cost of meeting those needs. And this is to reduce the need for reassessment. And number 8 is to ensure Support at Home subsidies keep pace with labour costs. Our central message is quite a simple one. We think that the inefficiency in the system is creating costs without creating care. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms Nicholson. And I'm going to go first to Senator Whittaker, who is online.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks for making the time to appear before us today. I'm interested in the kinds of support that's been provided to providers as we transition into this new system. Could you talk us through what's worked about the transition, what hasn't, what you think could be done to help providers more in this period?
So I'd say the transition is kind of well and truly over. We've passed through that stage and there was lots of consultation and discussion. We sat in on numerous focus groups, participated in many surveys to help support the development of the program. We transitioned across and the tricky part was the delay because we obviously had processes in place before we then delayed into the transition. The issues now are the communication relating to specific clients and the back and forth between assessment agencies, My Aged Care, and Services Australia. Lots of the processes have smoothed out, but the constant need to communicate around assessments is what the problem is, and we don't have good communication channels between us and those departments. They're overstretched as well. When you talk to them, they're quite stressed and can't answer the phone or can't get to the work that they need to do as well. So that's the main problem now. The transition is kind of well and truly past, and we're into the doing, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there are still a number of reforms that have been delayed, including the introduction of price caps. I mean, I think, as far as I understand, the transition is still ongoing. I mean, we still have people waiting to be assessed, of course. We've heard evidence to that. We know there are people who've chosen not to move across to the support at home packages. So, yeah, I guess it's perhaps just a question of semantics, but I guess I'm interested in what has been useful and what could be useful as providers keep going down this path of implementing the changes.
Sorry, I didn't quite hear that last bit. What was the specific
What
question?
What could be useful as you as a provider continue to work through these changes?
It would be very useful to, in the past we had a local network where we could contact the local network during the transition, so that would be very useful for us to have somebody we could go to and raise specific concerns that we might have. We don't seem to have that network set up anymore, or a way of communicating to the department. And then on an individual level, we really need better oversight of where our clients, where our participants are in terms of waiting, and having that clear status tracking information, which I think was one of my recommendations, that we have just better oversight of our clients.
Sorry, you just cut out for a moment. You might be having a connection issue, but we'll give it one more go. Can you just repeat that last sentence for me?
So the last part is around having a way of being able to easily track our clients and where they are in the approval process, which was one of the recommendations,
okay. Yeah, okay. And to that local working group that you mentioned that used to exist, that was through the department?
Yes.
Okay. And you're not sure what's happened to that? There's been no sort of formal end to it necessarily. It just seems to not exist anymore?
Just seems to not exist anymore.
Right. Okay. One of the decisions that the government has made in response to feedback from the sector has been around delaying the introduction of price caps. Can you talk to that decision and what your view is on that?
I think it's a good decision to delay price caps. We're not entirely sure what the pricing looks like across the market yet. It's still playing out. There's still some things that don't quite make sense in the pricing model that we have to adhere to. So things like transport not being a per kilometre cost makes pricing quite tricky especially across rural areas. I think it's a good thing that it's delayed until there's a better understanding of how the market will play. I'm not sure it's actually a good thing to cap pricing per se, but yeah.
Do you think it's important, though, in some way that we're able to manage the cost of providing services?
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that again. I can't quite hear.
I might say it in the room, Senator Whittaker. The question is, do you think there is a way to manage prices or contain them if there isn't price caps?
I think the market will contain itself. I think people will choose the most affordable based on the subsidies that are provided. I mean, the subsidies provide the cap. I mean, that's how it kind of works, isn't it? So if you've only got so much money to spend, you're not going to be able to go over if you're choosing a more expensive provider.
Right. So you think it already works as it currently operates? Is that your evidence?
Yeah, that's how most markets work. So I would have thought that would be the best approach. You provide a budget, and then the consumer can shop around. If people are overpricing, then they'll get priced out of the market.
I mean, I'm not sure that is how it works when it comes to other healthcare services like services provided on Medicare, etc. But yeah, there's often some kind of pricing mechanism. I guess just one final question is to you talked about some of the particular challenges that exist in regional parts of the country, where of course you operate in Tasmania, much the same in my home state of Western Australia. One of the things that the government has done to try and assist providers who operate in some of those more challenging markets is to provide grants, in-market access grants. Have you had any experience with those?
Yes, we are a recipient of a thin market grant as we operate across the northwest of Tasmania.
Has it been useful? Does it assist in addressing some of those challenges that you mentioned around getting out across a larger geographical area and operating in those tougher spaces?
Yes, it's enabled us to be able to pay for some of the more expensive services in those areas, and it's enabled us to put in some particular care partner supports across that area so to reduce travel. So it has been useful. I think where it's harder is that it doesn't apply across the assistive tech and home modification pathway. So that's where the kind of costs are, and I believe you can't apply it to those areas.
Okay, that's useful. Thank you very much, Chair. That's it from me.
Thank you. Senator Nandaraja, did you have a couple of follow-ups?
I just had a follow-up question. How do consumers assess quality amongst providers, particularly in thin markets like in much of Tasmania?
I think you'd have to ask consumers that their particular views on that. I think what consumers want is people to answer the telephone and people to be there to provide support. So they're assessing based on, are you answering the phone? Are you providing me with help? Are you consistent in your care? That would be the sort of face-to-face, and then they're using word of mouth in the more rural and regional areas as people who know people.
So it's informal. There's no formalised, standardised approach to assessing quality of care provision amongst providers, single service providers. There's no standardised like ranking form or no. Okay.
No. So the star rating, I think you're referring to.
Star rating is for residential aged care, but for community-based providers, there's no work going on as far as, thinking. Is it something that the committee should consider looking at, whether there should be some sort of, because I find it difficult for consumers to this is a difficult system anyway for consumers to navigate. But, without any sense of the quality of care amongst providers, how are they to find this out? Word of mouth is a little bit hit and miss. Do you think the committee should be considering recommendations around standardising metrics around quality for community care providers?
It's my understanding that the government were already considering that. That was part of the work that was ongoing around the star rating. So once it's been sort of sorted out, I think, in the residential facilities, the idea was that it would move to home care.
Have you had any engagement with the department along those lines? Has the department reached out to you?
I had a meeting can't remember when. It was a bit of a blur. Last year was quite tricky. I think it was the year before. We had meetings around the star ratings and how they might work
in the community.
Yeah, and how quality of life surveys could impact on that or not. And there was a big piece of work done, I believe, by McKinsey and Co.
Okay, that might be something we follow up then with the department. Thank you.
That's okay.
Thanks very much, Senator Nandaraja. Ms Nicholson, you mentioned earlier in your opening statement the idea of a tiered model for associate providers, and you thought that some work could be done around that. Could you maybe unpack that a bit more for me, speak to what the issues are and what you think that your recommendation would do to address those issues?
Sure. So at the moment, every provider is required to have an associated provider governance model in place. They're required to have a contract and to monitor those contracts and to check compliance against training, Aged Care Act, all of the above. They're quite time-consuming, and a lot of the providers are already known to the department, so they're already might be aged care providers themselves. A lot of the allied health providers will have AHPRA registrations, so they'll all be registered people. So it just seems like we're doing a lot of checking, and the cost is significant for that checking. I've had to put on 2 extra administrative staff members to manage that process, and it plays out across the service cost, unfortunately. And I don't know whether there's a role for government to manage the larger providers that you can check. Are these people registered? Are they okay? And then we can use them. And the idea of a tiered model I understand that government couldn't do everybody, so maybe there's some smaller local providers that some of our larger organisations like myself could then have a contract with. So I imagined a tiered approach might be suitable to reduce some of that cost.
Mm-hmm. We have heard from in other states that some allied health providers are actually leaving aged care and saying they don't want to work in the aged care space because of the level of compliance and administration. Is that something that you've experienced here in Tasmania?
Yes, we've had in particular a podiatry provider on the northwest, which unfortunately had about 30 of our clients, and they just said they don't want to participate. They don't want to go through all those checks. They think they're unreasonable, and they're not willing to do that level of administration for us and all the other aged care providers in the area. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Thank you. You've talked about in your submission the assistive technology and home modification pathway. You've talked about the difficulty in navigating it and also delays. Could you maybe speak to what that is, how that is playing out on the ground for your ability to deliver services, but also the outcomes and trajectory of the people that your organisation cares for?
Sure. When the idea of the assistive tech home modification pathway was first flagged, it seemed like a very good solution to the waits that clients were having under the home care package program, and we were quite positive and optimistic about that, and we assumed that when a client had their assessment in home that they would be automatically put into the pathway, that they would have an allocated amount of money so that we could then arrange the things that they needed. That's not been the case. Clients will come with their supported home pathway but not their assistive tech pathway. And unfortunately, you need to have the pathway to pay for the OT assessment to then come back into get the things that you need in the pathway. So we've got that sort of circular administration process happening that's causing quite a considerable delay. So what happens in practice is they'll come with their pathway, we'll go out and see them, we'll do our assessment. Okay, yeah, they need some rails, they need a toilet seat, those types of things. We then need to apply for a low-tier pathway, to pay for an OT assessment, to go out and do the assessment, to come back for us to then apply for the next tier so we can then afford to get the items that they need. This is, I mean, you can hear the delays involved and the amount of rework and administration involved in that. And clients are frustrated. These are basic things that we should be able to just go to the store and get them and give them in their homes. And it's them feeling confident and being able to easily shower, easily go to the bathroom. They're not excessive, wonderful, you know, they're not robots that are coming in to talk to them. You know, they're basic things that we just want to be able to get for our clients. So, and it's a lot of frustration for care partners. It's a lot of back and forth, and you can't help but miss things as well. So that creates further delays. Funding being withdrawn after like certain periods if we haven't picked up and noticed that it's there. So there's lots of things that could be easily quite fixed, we think, with that pathway.
What about the lifetime cap on home modifications? I mean, I had a bathroom renovated when it was leaking, and to put exactly the same bathroom in 5 years ago cost like $20,000, and it was the basic of the basic. I can't imagine that $15,000 goes very far.
No, not at all. It doesn't cover it. It needs to be more money. And the capping really affects renters. You know, we have a lot of older renters in Tasmania. I mean, I know we do across the country, but they then have to move somewhere. You know, if whoever it is, if the housing won't pay for the bathroom, they're stuck again. And we've got a lot of older quality housing as well, that, you know, old showers that you can't get a care worker in with a client, that you need to remove them. I mean, that takes a lot, because then often you'll find something's wrong with the floor. You know what it's like renovating an older sort of 1970s, 80s house, which is most of the stock. So, yeah, it isn't enough, and it really isn't quite right for renters to have that applied to them.
Yeah. What else did I want to ask? Could you speak to the impact of co-payments on the services that people are either able to or electing to receive, and your experience with people applying for financial hardship? So are they open to doing that? Is there a reluctance? Are people getting approved? Interested to understand those two aspects from your organisation's perspective.
I think we welcome that co-contributions will come off personal care. That's a significant. That will be a significant improvement from October. I think I've written in my report that around 30% of packages that are declined, so people that don't want to take up their package, are stating because they can't afford it, so they can't come off CHSP and pay for, domestic assistance and personal support through, they just physically can't afford it through their pension. So what that means is we're blocking the entry in for into more CHSP. We've only got a certain number of CHSP outputs that we can put through, so we can't bring in new clients because more people are staying on CHSP. So that is going to have an impact in the long term, unless we can increase CHSP funding to keep those people there. I think the co-payment is going to be a problem for our lower income clients, which is quite a lot of ours. We've had some success applying for the financial hardship process. Usually that involves the care partner doing quite a lot of support.
I was going to say, are you having to do the bulk of the work for that application?
It's very complex. I understand that some improvements are going to be made for that. I think what happens is clients are quite shocked that they get to the point where they've got their package and they can get things, and then they see the price and they're, well, I can't afford those things. So it's a bit too late in the process, which is why we recommend that it's built in up front so that they can apply for hardship. We've had some success. I think we have about 4 or 5 clients that are using it, but we've had a few clients that have not been approved either. And then they get quite distressed. It's quite an emotional, distressing situation for them. We're lucky because we have access to donated funds, so we help prop and pay for other bills for people. But, that's us covering the costs where we probably shouldn't.
We've had some other witnesses who've given evidence suggest, for example, that if someone's a pensioner, a full pensioner and a renter, then it virtually should be automatic that they've ticked the box that they are going to be in financial hardship and they're going to need, those provisions. Is that your sense of people in that position, for example, are not going to be able to afford the care unless they're given access to that?
That's exactly right, yeah. And they'll choose not to have the care, yeah. 100%.
I had another question, but it fell out of my brain, so I'm going to go to you, Senator Askew, and I also have taken a bit of time, so apologies.
I just wanted to go to in your submission, you've done the summary there about the supported home sustainability comparatively to the CHSP, and I'm just intrigued by that, the fact that the costings, when you look at what you've put in that graph, is quite telling. And the thing that concerns me is the one sentence where it's saying that CHSP is being used to maintain client safety. Can you elaborate a bit on that one?
We've got numerous examples of clients who've reached, so they're at the end, like they're using up all their supported home funding for care, and we've put applications in for support plan reviews. Some are denied, some are just waiting. There's a long wait period, but they're not safe. We can't leave them. Under the Aged Care Act, we're responsible for their safety. Our only option is to use CHSP outputs to provide the care. So they might need personal care every day of the week. They sort of reached that point. They don't want to move to residential yet. You're in that tricky space. It's that tricky space where really they'd be safer in residential, but they don't want to go, and it's their choice. And you're trying to navigate around that. The only way is to top up and use CHSP funding to go and provide the personal care. And it might just be, it could be a check-in, it could be a med-admin shift where you go and make sure they've taken their medication for the day. But we're stuck.
So under the legislation, are they eligible to have the CHSP, or is that something that you're choosing to provide to support them?
They're supposed to be eligible for a short period of time. Okay. There's no specific rule around the short period of time, and we are being a bit creative to keep them safe.
So the proposal for CHSP to be rolled into supported home, what are your thoughts around that?
I don't think it's feasible. I really don't think it's feasible.
So CHSP at the moment, it's certainly on the cards and being looked at, and there's 830,000 people or so on the, using CHSP services. So the proposal would actually weaken the existing supports being provided to people on supported home as well, from the evidence that you've provided here. So that's actually something that we should actually take into consideration, because at the moment we're sort of looking at them sort of separately. The costings there, where it's, I just wanted to understand that. So the total cost per quarter is that CHSP's, the 5513?
No, so that's, sorry, I'll just...
Supported home. I'm just interested, because you're saying that it's, so basically for their basic care of 2 hours a week of personal care, 1 hour per week of personal support and 1 hour of domestic assistance, so 4 hours support, is going to cost 5,000, whatever, 500?
Per quarter, yeah.
Per quarter?
Yeah.
And so if they're on is that supported home or is that CHSP?
So I've demonstrated the hours per week that they're getting on CHSP. If you translate that into supported home costs, that's your costs per quarter.
So there's no, under supported home, there'd be nothing left to get allied health or anything else that they might need, any other services. It's just those 4 hours would use up their whole budget.
So if they were given a level 2, it doesn't cover it.
No.
A level 3 doesn't cover it. You'd need a level 4 as a bare minimum to cover that. But then if they're moving on to a supported home package, you're going to assume they're needing nursing, they're needing, perhaps med admin. That doesn't cover those costs. They need some allied health. Yeah,
that's right. So there's other things that they're going to require, but that
beside those,
basically those packages would automatically be eaten up from that.
Yeah.
So just, have you seen examples of that in your, like, on the ground? Is this a classic example?
A classic example of clients being approved for a package that is much too low because they haven't taken into account the current CHSP services they're getting now and what they're likely to need into the future. And you talk to some, especially there's quite a lot of new assessors around at the moment. They don't know the costs. No. They're not thinking in that term. So they might be approving them for a level 2 or 3 package. And it's like, well, they're not actually going to afford what they're currently getting on that package. So then again, we're like, well, we're going to have to top up CHSP, put another support plan review in, and then there's another review waiting for an assessment that's blocking the system.
So how do we get to the point where they understand that? I'm just trying to get in my head, because obviously if somebody's already getting all these services, they go to move on to supported home and then they get told that you're not even going to be able to have what you've got now and you really do need or this X, Y and Z.
Yeah.
So how do we make that happen? So is it more training for assessors? Is it a minimum requirement that they actually get enough to cover the bare minimum when they move across? I mean, how do we actually put this in place to make sure that people aren't going backwards when they're moving across?
I think there needs to be a way of indicating how many services they're currently getting, what that's likely to cost, and how that translates into a supported home package subsidy level. But thinking ahead that they've probably been waiting quite a significant period of time. They're going to deteriorate within the next 6 to 12 months. Do we want to keep sending them back for assessment, or can we just build in the idea that actually people are ageing and these things are likely to happen? This is the likely trajectory of somebody who is at that age in life. And let's build that in, give them a bit of wiggle room. We can't pay for things we don't need and they don't need anymore, like we could under home care package. It was a bit vague about what you could and couldn't have. That's gone because of the link with Services Australia. So let's just give people a bit of wiggle room. The money will come back into the system if they don't use it. That's my view.
Yeah, go for that. Yeah.
Just a supplementary question to that. It was suggested by one of the people who submitted to the CHSP inquiry the idea that, in fact, if CHSP was actually improved and properly funded, because we need to acknowledge that CHSP has been doing a lot of heavy lifting but hasn't really kept pace, their suggestion was, rather than rolling CHSP into supported home, we could actually have a system where they run parallel. So CHSP provides this level of services, the lower level services, and then when somebody needs additional care, rather than saying you're moving out of CHSP into support at home, you maintain those supports, and those higher level supports then are individualised and overlaid over the top. Is that the type of system that you could see would work?
Yeah, that would work, because you wouldn't be removing from one to the other. You'd be topping up as they need more, as their needs increase. Yes, yeah.
Thank you.
Basically touched on I just had noted when you made the comment, and I think you've touched on it with Senator Almond Payne's question earlier about building the financial hardship application into the aged care assessment. That's something which would be a cost saving for the government, I would see, in the fact that they just don't have to come back around and revisit regularly. So I thought that was an excellent recommendation. I think I've covered most of my questions. You've touched on the renters that I had written there, so I think I've done. Thank you.
I might just check, Ms Nicholson, whether there's anything else that you would like us to know that we haven't asked you questions about before we finish this panel.
No, I think you've covered it. I don't think there's any more questions. Anything additional that is important to me, and our clients.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
In that case, can I thank you very much both for your submission and your time before the committee today. The committee will report to the Senate on the 24th of November this year, and we've agreed that responses to questions on notice should be provided by close of business on Friday the 21st of August, but I don't think we took any questions on notice in this panel, so thanks very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Are they online? Yeah. Oh, okay. Might just suspend for a couple of minutes just while I sort this out. Just waiting to hear from Ellie. She's not responding. Okay. Yep, we'll resume. So committee will resume. I now welcome representatives from CODA Tasmania, who I believe are joining us online. Thank you very much for appearing before the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of obligations of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. If I could just ask for the Hansard record, if you could state your full name and the capacity in which you appear, and I'll call each of you, given that you're online. It's very difficult to do that when you're not in the room. So we'll go to Ms Wilkinson first.
Thank you. Good morning. Bridget Wilkinson, Chief Executive Officer of Council on the Ageing Tasmania.
Thank you.
Emma-Jean Jatan.
No, go ahead.
And Emma-Jean Jatan, Team Leader for the Care Finder Program at CODA Tasmania.
And Ms Davis.
Ms Davis assisted to liaise, but she won't be attending today. Sorry if there's been confusion.
Okay, thank you. I'm now going to go to you to make opening remarks, and then we'll go to senators for questions.
Many thanks. So my name is Bridget Wilkinson. I'm the CEO of Council on the Ageing, and with me today is Emma-Jean Jatan, Team Leader for our Care Finder program. CODA Tasmania is part of the wider COTA Alliance, working aside our state and territory partners, and we've provided information to assist COTA Australia's broader submission on our behalf of our alliance that I understand will be submitted shortly. We're grateful for the opportunity to present our concerns and feedback to you today. I'll be reading this prepared opening statement, and Emma-Jean also has some case examples with both of us able to respond to your questions. As I said, Council on the Ageing Tasmania, we are the leading voice for older Tasmanians, working to advance the rights, interests and wellbeing of people as they age and ensure that public policy reflects the diversity of older people's lives, circumstances and aspirations. For over 60 years, we have worked to ensure that older people across the state are valued, respected and supported to live well as they age. 40% of the Tasmanian population is aged over 50 years and just over 20% over 65 years. As a state, we are the fastest ageing population in Australia, and alongside this, we are the most digitally excluded state in the country and have high levels of literacy barriers. We have many regionally dispersed communities that experience significant issues with reliable service provision, both in aged care, but also in health and community services provision. In early 2019, CODA Tasmania commenced the Aged Care Navigator service trial, providing support to older Tasmanians who were looking to access or change their aged care supports. This trial enabled us to formalise and enhance information and advice we have previously provided for many years in an unfunded way.
It provided us front row seats to the lives of those navigating systems and struggling to do so, and it enabled us to support Tasmanians and create opportunities for successful access to services they so desperately needed, but without our support were increasingly hard for them to navigate. In February 23, we transferred and commenced, again under Commonwealth funding, to the new Care Finder service, supporting older Tasmanians across the state and continuing our learnings from the trial. Since this time, we have seen a growth in complexity and barriers to people accessing aged care information, advice and support. We work across all regions and have 3 offices with staff increasingly spending time interpreting government policy and the changes that have come with the reforms so that we can continue to be a trusted source of information. Care finders in our team are regularly appointed as agents on the MAC portal, assisting to liaise with My Aged Care around key stages of the process to support clients where they find it overwhelming or have barriers. We are one of 4 commissioned care finder providers across Tasmania. Since Supported Home has commenced, we have seen a significant increase in the volume of calls to our organisation for signposting and information. And through our community engagement across the state, aged care access and navigation is the #1 topic older people wish to discuss. In comparing November 24 to June 25 data with November 25 to June 26 data, we have seen a 23.5% increase in referrals and inquiries to our Care Finder program. This background attests to our interest in the space of aged care and the systemic issues and barriers we continue to see daily that impact older Tasmanians. We have yet to experience supporting many Tasmanians in the restorative and palliative pathways, so the majority of our feedback today is based on the standard supported home offerings. Whilst we appreciate the aim of the Australian Government supported home program in assisting older people to live safely, independently and healthily in their own homes for as long as possible, we appreciate that that's the aim and it is the best option for older people. When working well, these reforms can also ensure and potentially reduce a burden to our state's primary and acute health settings, reducing long-stay patients in hospital and reducing existing stress on families and carers. Public reporting from 2025 indicates that 111 patients from across Tasmania's 4 major hospitals were medically ready for discharge but waiting for aged care or NDIS support. And these delays were reported as lasting weeks and months, involving complex needs alongside low vacancy rates in residential aged care homes, as well as limited regional availability and continuing issues with workforce shortages. Long-stay patients are a symptom of broader systems failure of the intersection of health, aged care and disability services. Older Tasmanians should not remain in hospital once they're medically ready, and they need timely access to appropriate aged care, home support, respite, transitional care and housing options. And we continue to advocate for the need for step-down and transitional accommodation where we see issues with these long-stay patients. We applaud again the vision of supported home, but in its current form, it's not meeting this aim. Since the implementation of supported home, we note the following positive aspects and strengths of the program. The intent of the Act. We agree with the Act's intent to support older people to remain living and ageing well at home with greater choice and control over the supports they receive. And we appreciate that large reforms such as this do take time to implement and learn from. We agree that one single assessment process and tool has much improved the previous system. Since November 2025, we have observed a reduction in supported home wait times for some standard classifications. As an example, priority categories that initially had a 10 or 11 month wait list in late 2025, our team are now being quoted approximately 7 to 8 months as of June 2026, which is a positive change and things are taking less time. However, COTA is calling on a 30-day timeframe from assessment to service provision. We've also seen some positive changes in the assistive technology and home modifications area, in that funding has often been allocated 1 to 3 months before supported home funding has eventuated, even where the priority level is similar. And this can create, therefore, opportunities for earlier access to equipment and modifications that support safety and preventative health and independence at home. That is a positive step. Another positive thing we have noticed is that there's been a very good relationship built with ourselves and our local Department of Health, Disability and Ageing office, our local network, which has seen us collaborate on community information sessions, troubleshooting, and they've been a good point of contact for systemic issues. And the last positive change that we're very happy about, but actually only eventuated through hard advocacy, was the change in policy to provide clinical and personal care with no client contribution. However, this will not commence until October, and this single issue has created much stress and a higher level of distrust with government from the clients that we work with. However, these positives have been far outweighed by the notable challenges and concerns since the implementation of supported home. Older people have continued to share a wide range of concerns about how the new system is working. Many have told us they're facing long waits for services, uncertainty around interim funding, higher costs, fewer service options, issues with assessment, limited choice of providers, challenges managing their own care, and difficulties accessing hardship assistance, and delays in getting equipment and home modifications. We understand that you will have many queries and questions for us around this, and I wanted to just note some immediate challenges that we've noticed as a high prevalence in the people that we've been supported. Accessibility of information and resources to navigate systems. Overwhelmingly, Tasmanians tell us that they do not know where to access accurate information, or that they have challenges and barriers in doing so. Information that is provided by the government is often complex, tricky to understand or explore, and as a starting point, people just don't know where to commence. We believe that the staggered rollout of supported home, alongside future pending changes to Commonwealth Home Support and yet to be decided price capping framework not being finalised, created a perfect storm of uncertainty for older people, for us as an organisation supporting them, and for the families. Reforms of these intersection policy areas should have been planned and as uniformly rolled out as much as possible. Policy deviation to only provide interim funding of 60% to new recipients of supported home as commencement started caused huge amount of confusion and stress, both for older people, their families and providers, and saw many of our clients decide not to take up care packages at all. Wait times continue to be long, with different communications and information provided at times by different assessment agencies. In Tasmania, we have 3 agencies that undertake assessments, and at the time of supported home rollout in November last year, only 2 were actually actively able to undertake their roles, creating further delay while the 3rd set up and recruited within our state. The algorithm override issues, whilst we were not aware that this was an intended policy direction, they've actually created a huge amount of worry and stress, and also by the providers and the clinicians that are undertaking the assessment feeling despondent that their overarching clinical experience was not taken into consideration. Wait times continue to be long and service provision extremely limited. So when someone reaches out for a point where they need help, the delays in then providing that help potentially increases the risk to their safety and well-being, as well as placing a greater burden on carers and social networks to bridge that gap. Understanding contracts have been increasingly complicated, with stories at commencement of supported home of people telling us that they had pressure to sign when they didn't understand what they were signing. Hardship applications, we are increasingly supporting compliance to complete these, and I note that the Inspector General in their submission said that there's been an 88% surge in hardship application requests following supported home rollout. The no worse off principle communicated in a way that created a lot of confusion for people, alongside the fact that price capping was not introduced at the same time. And continued issues with provider availability, especially in rural and regional Tasmania, places additional stress and caring responsibilities on our Tasmanian families and carers. Through our contracted partner, Primary Health Tasmania, we continue to provide feedback on issues that we are experiencing, with a formalised issue log now being completed and provided to them at regular intervals. We have prepared some de-identified case studies that we're more than happy to also send to the committee. But if you would like us to now potentially choose one of those to read through, Emma Jean would be more than happy to do that. Noting that we're on phone and it can be slightly different to know when to stop and pause, I'm going to stop and pause there to see if the committee would like us to read a specific case study, or whether they'd like to open up to more generalised questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We're very happy for you to share one of the case studies, and then we'll go to questions.
Yes. Perfect. I'll just hand over to Emma Jean Jatan now to give you an overview of the case study.
So the case study that I'm presenting is basically giving an example of the effect of the IAT algorithmic assessment outcomes, particularly for a rural client, and I'm presenting it as in it was one of our first clients who was assessed just after November 1st of the implementation of Support at Home. When we went through that assessment with the assessment agency, there was this understanding that the client had far greater needs than the classification that came out from the assessment as being a classification 1. At the same time, this client had received many Commonwealth Home Support referral codes as well, which were in effect almost impossible to implement while this person was even waiting for their Support at Home classification 1, as due to the availability of Commonwealth Home Support Program funding in a rural remote area. At the time, we worked with the assessor, and the assessor's outcome was this will need to be put forward for a review. So it was our first example of having to go through that process of putting in a formal review through the System Governor of the Department of Health and Disability and Ageing. That was complex. It was very challenging as care finders, as we were not able to actually put that application in on behalf of our client. It was the client that needed to do so. As agents, we were not allowed to. We understand the reasoning why. However, when you're working with care finder clients where there are already so many barriers, particularly around literacy and digital literacy in this case, that it just made an additional level of stress to undertake to try and sort out this situation for this very, very vulnerable and complex client. This was all happening in the lead up to Christmas, so timing wasn't fantastic. And in the meantime, this client's health significantly declined while we were putting this application in and waiting for the 90 days. Within that process, the client's needs increased and landed in hospital, which then meant that this assessment was then shared to our Tasmanian Health Service assessment agency, who was able to get involved. And that's where it got even more complicated, as we had no official feedback from the Systems Governor on the outcome of the review. There was no information on the client's My Aged Care record that we could access, and or the new assessment agency that had been involved, which then caused greater and greater stress and concern for this older vulnerable client in a rural remote area who had no other official supports to be able to navigate this situation, which also highlighted the necessity of the Care Finder program, as well as our connections with local partnerships that we had in the region, and we were all able to rally behind this older person to get a much greater and better outcome in the end. This took about 8 months to get to a better outcome of a higher level Support at Home classification with an urgent priority due to 2 hospital admissions, several surgeries. That's good results in the community transitional care program being involved twice, as well as we got to that final outcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you both for your opening remarks and that case study. I might start where you finished up first, and that is in relation to vulnerable older people who don't have family or community supports around them. If a care finder, and my understanding is care finders aren't delivering services, they're just helping people navigate. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. We're a navigational support service.
Yeah, so I guess my question is, if an older person doesn't have family, friends or community who can support them, and the care finder service can't actively advocate, I guess, on their behalf, particularly if they have literacy issues or they're culturally and linguistically diverse, for example, who actually can?
Sorry. Oh, well, Code of Tasmania.
Yeah, so the Care Finder program, that's exactly our remit, is for those more vulnerable people that do potentially, like you said, might have different linguistic needs, might be digitally not confident or have access. We have a lot of black spots in Tasmania too, and we have a government service arm which is mostly reliable on someone being able to navigate online. So that's exactly what the Care Finder program is available for, and that's our general sort of caseload, is people that do have those barriers. But what we would want the committee to understand and appreciate is everybody actually needs this level of support, because the system is so hard to navigate, so confusing and complex. And as Emma-Jean just attested to with that case study, 8 months of going back and forth to try and navigate a reassessment and to get priorities. Older Tasmanians are telling us that they give up. Families are telling us that they, find it increasingly stressful. So yes, while Care Finder is there to bridge that gap to an extent to what we're funded to do, we actually believe that majority of the Tasmanians we come across need this sort of level of navigation support.
Yep. I don't disagree with you. I'm the portfolio holder for my party, and I needed to seek the assistance of others 2 times in finding care for my elderly relatives. So I guess my next question is, given that, and I don't think we've had a single person come before this committee, either in the legislative inquiry into the reform bill in its first instance, CHSP inquiry, or this one, where anyone has said that they've actually found it easy to navigate the system. So I guess 2 questions. One, are there ways that the system could be made less complex so that people don't require the level of support that they currently seem to need to navigate it? And secondly, does the Care Finder program in Tasmania, are there enough care finders to support all of the people who need help navigating the system?
So I'll take your last question first. This is Bridget, the CEO. No, we could absolutely do with more funding. There is more need, and the more we go out to regional, remote and urban parts of the community to explain what we do, the more people then come forward. So I think it's again that instance of people not knowing about care finders, regardless of even knowing that My Aged Care might be the route as well. So I think absolutely we could absolutely do with more funding to expand the service, whether that's for those that currently meet the remit of our criteria, or even if we were to broaden it. But I think absolutely there are more vulnerable older Tasmanians out there that could warrant the support of the Care Finder. And Emma-Jean's just going to provide a response to your first question, which is around what else could we do to make the system less complicated for people.
Hello, Emma-Jean here. So I would also like to add that we have a no wrong door policy here with our Care Finder program. So we receive many calls to our intake line. Its role is primarily to work through who is eligible for the Care Finder program. However, we're inundated with phone calls from older people, families, neighbours, friends, referral partners, the lot, that are just wanting that demystification of the aged care system. And we're highly successful in being able to have those conversations with those callers, and we constantly get told, oh, why wasn't I just told that in the first place? That would have made it so much easier, and I wouldn't have made this call, and that call. So if there is able to be like a phone service type that is local, that understands what is going on in the regions, in the locations where those callers are coming from, has, that's where we've filled a gap, and where we're getting, callers that are coming that they've called the My Aged Care line, they've called that 1-800 line, and they're not getting the information in a way that's going to be meaningful for them to be able to navigate the system. Or what else was I going to say? More face-to-face. So again, as Bridget was saying, when we go out into the community as part of our care finding role, we then get many conversations that happen with us, along with our other programs here at Coded Tasmania. When they're going out doing community sessions, that's constantly on the agenda of people that speak to us, whether it's about themselves as older people or people that they're supporting in their community, that they're wanting that information given to them that's meaningful, that's local, and that is going to point them in the right direction.
to where they need to be. And secondly to that, the My Aged Care website, the Find a Provider tool is ineffective in ways that it's not giving in real time what's available for services here in Tasmania, and then misleads the people that are accessing or wanting to use their referral codes or find providers. They're getting exceptionally confused either by the digital access through My Aged Care and or the letters that they're receiving as their notice of decision about what their next steps are. And we get many calls about that as well, and having to talk them through what that letter means.
Thank you. No, go ahead, Ms Wilkinson.
I was just going to just provide one more point around a lot of the complexities that we've seen, even more so since the supported home rollout, obviously has had to do with the co-contributions and the financial assessment and the different levels and percentages. It's been really confusing, and one of the number one things people talk about when we're out in the community, because that's an individualised assessment for someone and their finances, we strongly believe that we need more support resourcing for the aged care service officers. You know, when you look at how many exist at the moment, I think the latest data that we checked recently from Services Australia is there was about 80 of those specialist officer full-time equivalents across Australia. Like here in Tasmania, we have 3 in 3 different regions, but they don't do home visits. They don't, people have to be able to get to them. And with cost and worry about the cost of a package being one of the biggest, reasons people don't take up their supported home, we really feel that demystifying the financial aspects is another complexity that could be streamlined and provided more accurate information for people.
What's your experience in relation to the contracts that people are having to sign for support at home?
Yeah. So since the start of the commencement, we had a lot of feedback, a lot more so from folks that were wanting to self-manage. We did get some quite significant inquiries around that where they were feeling quite pressured. I know that nationally, CODA Australia, with our feedback from the states, really pushed hard on that, and we were having to really remind people of their rights under the legislation, that they didn't have to sign under 90 days. They had the 90 days. We don't really feel that that was communicated very well from the government's part. Providers and ourselves were having to liaise a lot around that, and we were having to support people to understand their rights in that regard as well. So I do believe that some of the contracts are hugely lengthy, hugely complicated for people. And then on top of that, we were hearing stories of people being pressured and told that their services would cease if they didn't hurry up and sign a contract, which is not the right advice and created a lot more stress. That seems to have quietened down a bit, but in the first few months of supported home rolling out, we definitely got an uptick in inquiries around that.
And what about hardship applications in terms of, is that something people can do on their own? Are you finding that you're having to step in and assist with those?
Yes, it's Emma Dean's hand here. So, yes, we look, as a positive, when the rollout of support at home happened in November, we did see a change in the hardship application form through Services Australia. So a lot less information or evidence was needed to be provided. So that has been a positive in that sense. However, as Bridget discussed earlier, the literacy rate here in Tasmania is it is low. There are a lot of barriers to be able to complete that form, and the advice that we've had as care finders, particularly at the rollout of supported home, was we're to engage with our local OPAN and our AXOs to be able to engage to get that support for the older person to help them complete that form, including filling it out, not just bringing the information, but explained how to do it. We've been finding that there is a variance with that across our state about who is actually able to help them fill out forms. And we, as care finders, our advice from the department as well and through our primary health network as care finders, that is out of our scope as it is a financial/legal style document. So we're not trained to be able to support older people to do that form, which then, provides that pressure then on that older person to not have that last step that they need to be able to have that certainty about what the program is going to cost them to be able to sign that service agreement and start their services. And it's particularly hard for care finders to be left there at the end feeling like they're not being able to see their clients through to the end.
We've had some other witnesses suggest that a better process would be, we've had one lot of witnesses who've said, for example, there should be categories of people who automatically qualify for financial hardship. So, for example, if you're a full pensioner and a renter. We've also had other witnesses suggest that it might be better if the financial hardship application was actually rolled into the initial assessment that was done by Centrelink for, the amount that people have to pay for care. Do you have, as an advocacy organisation, do you have a view on any of those suggestions?
I think no matter which of those, and both of those sound like they'd have reasonable pros and cons, Senator, but I think as an utmost, it has to be what will be the easiest and most simplified process for the person. I mean, not having to repeat their story and potentially building it in sounds like that actually would make quite a lot of sense, because it means that the older person is at a very outset and upfront asking and providing all the information all at once. I will say that from a lot of the cases that we've been supporting, where the hardship application is, it is really clear and evident they are full pensioners. They do or they have other expenses, health expenses. There's absolutely no way that they would be able to afford that contribution. So if some of that information is already readily available through Services Australia, it would make sense that that information is utilised and then checked without people having to wait months and months. And as Emma Jean said, a big barrier for people even accepting the care is the cost associated. And I know the intent of the policy and the legislation was to state that those that could afford to pay more or something towards will, but absolutely agreeing with you there that it's very evident for some folk that they absolutely won't have any money left at the end of the week, based purely on, the benefits you can see that they're on and the expenses that they have. So we need to make sure, whichever way it goes, that it's the most streamlined and easy for the person at the centre to be able to get that information together and not a lengthy, arduous process.
We've also heard evidence from other witnesses that large numbers of people, or I might rephrase that, not insignificant numbers of people, when they see what they will have access to and what they will need to pay for support at home, are opting to actually stay on Commonwealth Home Support Program, notwithstanding that that might not meet all of their needs, but noting that in some cases they are actually getting more help with CHSP than if they moved across. Is that something that CODA is seeing in the work that you're doing?
Yes, it's Emma Jean here. Yes, that is what we are seeing. We are seeing that, it could be in two different ways, that we have seen older people that potentially have higher contribution rates that they're having to pay through the income tested amounts of, the higher percentages, and they're choosing to stay on the Commonwealth Home Support Program because of the cost, where, instead of $80 for their cleaning, it might cost them $8. So that is one example. When we're looking harder at our bigger numbers around our care finder clients, absolutely, they are making decisions based on the cost. They also might be in the situation where their support at home classification is not even enough to cover their Commonwealth Home Support Program services that they're using. So they're also going to go without services, let alone the cost is going to increase to have less services, but at a higher contribution rate.
Thank you. I might go to Senator Askew, and then if I've got any more after her questions, I'll come back.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for joining us today and for your evidence. It's been very interesting. Senator Orman-Payne's covered most of my questions, but I do want to just expand on one in regard to what you said earlier in your opening statement, and you expressed that there was concerns in your community around the algorithm override and the fact that clinicians are of the opinion that their specialised recommendations are not being considered. I just wondered if you could elaborate on that a bit.
Yes, and I really struggled hearing all of that. If you could just rephrase just the last sentence, I'm sorry.
Just to get an understanding of what the concerns are in your community about the algorithms and specifically around the clinicians.
Yeah, again, I suppose it's that oversight that there is someone who is there with that older person who is actually seeing what is going on, what is the reality of what the client's situation is, and they're using their tool, they're using it with their clinical knowledge and experience, and then the outcome is coming at a much lesser classification level for that older person that they have assessed. And they're not able to have that overriding experience to have a better outcome for what they're actually seeing when they're in that client's home.
And Senator Bridget here, the CEO. What I would say is that, we have quite a good relationship with our assessment agencies, and we absolutely have heard anecdotally from some of those clinical assessors that they have felt very hamstrung, that they have felt despondent sitting with somebody, and clients have come back to us and said, the assessor said it's not their call, it's the computer's call. All that does is build immense distrust from the client at the centre that the person sitting in front of them has no ability to look at their individual situation. And when we have huge issues around, digital literacy, but also scams and the wariness that older people have around computers and AI, I recall being with a community member in the last few months who came up to me and knew who I was and said to me, Bridget, please tell me that you're talking to the government about the algorithms. I've just heard that computers are making sense of what people need instead of people, and I'm extremely worried what that means for myself and my family. So, yes, we understand that there was a lot of testing. Yes, we understand that. But the messaging around how that algorithm is used and what that means in a sense on the ground has actually been lost for older people, and it's really just scared them, as well as the assessment agencies who really have felt quite despondent at times from our anecdotal conversations with them, that they haven't had a lot of ability to push back.
I think the increase in reviews and number of reviews in those first few months have proven that there is definitely an issue around it. You mentioned that you've got a number of case studies prepared. Is there one in there that would actually give us a demonstration in regard of a similar situation where that's occurred that you're aware of?
With the algorithm? Yeah, was that the appeal? We can probably provide that to you on notice. Absolutely.
That would be wonderful, just so that we've got an actual example of de-identified, of course, but just so that we've got that for our purposes as well. That would be very handy.
Yes, absolutely. And I think, just, as a final comment on that, we're really concerned. We understand that there was government wanted to create consistency with their assessments and that they had concerns around packages that weren't utilised, which they led back to assessments not being, an accurate reflection. We understand all of that. Understanding that, though, we need to make sure that assessments don't miss any nuances or particular individual situations, so that we can make sure that the classifications that people have and the levels of care that they need is reflective of what they need, because all we're going to do is clog more time and energy and money in providers, assessors, government bureaucrats doing reviews and appeals and reassessments, which doesn't serve anyone in the system.
And we've heard a lot of that in this inquiry as we've gone around the country, and it's not an uncommon story. I just wanted to touch on one final thing. Most of my others boxes have been ticked on my piece of paper, but the workforce and thin markets, in Tasmania in particular, obviously being in Tasmania, I understand the health system pretty well in Tasmania. What areas are your key concerns, and have you got any suggestions on what we can do to try and improve them?
Yeah, I guess what we would say before I hand on to Emma Jean is that, regardless of whether this is home care package, Commonwealth Health support or the new supported home, we know that over time we've had these issues with our regional, rural areas and our thin markets. We do work very closely with our provider network to understand their pressures, and we have some great ways of working really closely with them to know who is taking and who is open, et cetera, so we can those fast track for our clients. But we absolutely, especially in residential aged care where, we have low vacancy with beds and, a high need, we know that more needs to be done to not only in residential aged care to build more facilities for the demographic need in Tasmania, but
especially in those more rural region areas. In the Care Finder program, and Imogen can confirm this, but quite a lot of those more rural areas in the deep south east and in the northeast and northwest, we tend to get a lot more concern and inability to fill, the client needs in those more rural areas. We have heard of, providers from the mainland having remote subcontracted, people to work on the ground there, but we need, more on the ground providers. And for that reason, I think we need a greater collaboration between both state and government and tertiary and training providers to actually build models where we can be training local people to have place-based approaches to this workforce development, both in residential aged care and supported home. We need to not rely on providers deciding whether they'll set up business and move into those areas of thin markets. We need to be helping the community and the populations that are there to want to work in aged care and actually help provide the training in those areas and work placements and exposure to aged care so that we can actually build those pipelines as well. But I'll just hand on to Imogen if she has any other comments on that area around the regional markets.
Yeah, particularly in regional markets, but, in many, many locations, there are supported home providers that will be able to take up the funding for older people. It's where we see significant areas, and this could be slightly off topic, is then the Commonwealth Home Support Program. So again, coming back to that assessment tool, when there's not, what are the triggers for people that live in these population sparse areas or without the services that are only getting outcomes from their assessment for Commonwealth Home Support services, which are, quite high level of care, need being personal care or nursing that's within that as that low entry, and they need that, but there aren't the provisions in these rural and remote areas for those services where we are many, many times more than not able to get an uptake for supported home if we had that classification from the assessment.
The other thing we've heard evidence of is a lot of the allied health workers, providers, I should say, reluctance to travel since the change of support to supported home. Have you heard evidence of that around Tasmania?
Yes, we have, and also, we're getting allied health in that crossover between Commonwealth Home Support Program and ATHM that were working here in Tasmania and then have since pulled out of Tasmania due to whichever reasons that is, the business decisions that they're making. So that's an extra gap that we have now as well here in Tasmania, particularly around occupational therapists that can then do those linkage parts between the assistive technology and the home modifications.
Okay, that's the end of my questions. Thanks, Chair.
All right. That's all the questions that we have for you for today. Can I thank you very much for taking the time to appear before the committee. Your evidence has been valuable and useful. The committee will report to the Senate on the 24th of November 2026. We've agreed that responses to questions on notice should be provided by close of business on Friday the 21st of August 2026. And I'd like to invite you that if you would like to submit some of the other case studies that you have as an answer to questions on notice, very happy for you to do so.
Many thanks. We will absolutely do that. Thank you for your time, and we really hope that the evidence that you do here and that you're able to put forward to the government really go a long way to sort of smoothing out some of the real challenges that we have seen as supported home has started to roll out, especially with the impending changes going forward with the Commonwealth Home Support. It's really important to get some of these things, well and truly ironed out for older Tasmanians and their families so that we can ensure that they can stay at home and rely on the support that they've been told to expect and to be able to provide choice on.
All right, thank you very much. That concludes today's hearing. Thank you to all the witnesses who appeared, to Hansard and Broadcasting for your assistance, or as always to the Secretariat, and the committee stands adjourned. Everyone, I declare open this hearing of the Senate Community Affairs References Committee's inquiry into epilepsy in Australia. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay respects to elders past and present and any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who are joining us today. The committee will be conducting today's hearing via teleconference and in person. I'm Senator Penny Allman-Payne, Chair of the committee, and I'm here with Senators Ananda Raja and Askew, and I believe Senator Ruston may be joining us later this afternoon. And potentially Senators Whittaker and Antic joining us online. These are public proceedings that are being audio streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence, and witnesses may ask to give evidence in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. And I remind any committee members and witnesses who are appearing via teleconference and who aren't speaking if they could mute their microphones. I now welcome representatives from UCB Australia. Thank you very much for appearing before the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection and obligations of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today, and I'll start on my left.
Bess Manash, Medical Solutions Lead for UCB Australia.
Selena Clifford, General Manager for UCB Australia and New Zealand.
Thank you. I'm going to invite you to make an opening statement, and then I'll hand to senators for questions.
Okay, thank you. So, good afternoon, Chair, Senators and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear today. My name is Selena Clifford, General Manager of UCB Australia and New Zealand. UCB is a global biopharmaceutical company headquartered in Belgium, focused on developing innovative medicines for people living with severe and chronic neurological and immunological conditions. For more than 25 years, UCB Australia has worked alongside clinicians, patient organisations and people living with epilepsy to help improve outcomes through science, innovation and collaboration. We welcome this inquiry because epilepsy affects more than 250,000 Australians and their families and carers. While important advances have been made in diagnosis, treatment and research, too many Australians are still experiencing delays to diagnosis, access, innovative medicines and inequitable access to support services. From UCB's perspective, there are 3 priority actions that could make a meaningful difference. The establishment and funding of the National Epilepsy Action Plan to provide national leadership, accountability and coordination across care, workforce, research and support services. Implementation of a nationally consistent care pathways across the life course of disease, including earlier access to specialist expertise and genetic testing within an environment that supports access to clinical trials. Finally, ensuring Australians live with epilepsy have timely and equitable access to innovative medicine. To do this, we need a HTA system that reflects the full value that innovative medicines can deliver to patients, family and to the broader Australian economy. Australia has the expertise. The opportunity now is to bring these strengths through a coordinated national action. UCB remains committed to being a constructive partner and in bringing innovative medicines to Australia, and that is guided by the needs of patients and their families. We look forward to assisting the committee and answering your questions.
Thank you. I'm going to start with Senator Askew.
Thank you. Thank you very much for travelling down today. I gather you've had a bit of a excitingly long trip down, so thank you very much for putting up with our little dash 8s. Thanks for your submission. I was just reading through it over the weekend, and I was sort of interested sort of with the width of it, and also the things in there that have come up regularly throughout the inquiry to date. So I just wanted to just really reinforce some of the messages that you've put in there, and you've just summarised 3 of them, but there is more in there. And I'm going to start at the end, strengthening the translation of epilepsy research into clinical care and getting the understanding of that. So I just wondered if you could elaborate a little bit more around what your thinking is in that recommendation, because it was actually quite intriguing.
I'll take that one. Thank you for that question. So, in terms of UCB's stance, we have a long-standing commitment to Australians living with epilepsy, and our goal is to develop transformative therapies that make a meaningful change in people's lives. When we invest globally, we invest heavily in epilepsy research, and locally we try and bring these innovative medicines into Australia, subject to regulatory approval and reimbursement. And over the last 20 years in Australia, we've addressed some of those needs by conducting clinical trials in Australia, and we are currently continuing to invest in clinical trials in Australia. What we find is that often these seem to be concentrated in centres of excellence and often not translated across the whole of Australia, so it creates inequities geographically for patients. So having a national action plan that addresses translation and research needs and focuses research priorities for people with epilepsy means that we can invest our resources and investment into the right places where Australians with epilepsy would need them.
So is there some way that we can ensure that people in the rural and regional areas are able to access the clinical trials that they need to be able to participate in them?
So as part of the bigger the National Action Plan, you would have an optimal care pathway. This optimal care pathway would ensure that opportunities for clinical trials are offered to patients in rural areas so they can have a greater participation in early access to innovative treatments.
Okay, because that's one of the things we've discovered, not just in epilepsy, but with all the clinical trials that are held and conducted across the country, is often that it's the rural and regional areas that are missing out. So it would be great if that was something that could come to fruition. The National Neurological Workforce Strategy is another thing that you wanted to form. Can you give us a bit of an idea on what is needed to start with? Where are the gaps? And what would actually then need to be implemented to be able to meet the needs of people with epilepsy?
Yep, I can go ahead. So as part of the National Action Plan, you would have optimal care pathways, you would have standardisation of data, you would have funding in workforce to address needs for patients, including access to epilepsy nurses, for example. So as part of the National Action Plan, there are different sort of buckets, as you like, where there are unmet needs, especially in patients with drug-resistant epilepsies or very highly complex epilepsies like developmental and epileptic encephalopathies. So having a sort of a wider National Action Plan would need to sort of address these different buckets. I don't know if that answers your question. I apologise.
About the workforce, but I know in your field is probably not touching onto the workforce as such, but I get the need is definitely there to actually grow the rural and regional supports as well in that area.
Absolutely. Yeah.
We've heard yesterday, when we were in Melbourne yesterday, about the genetic testing that's available. So I'd like to hear from your perspective how you see that the benefits and how that would then fit into the National Action Plan, which I haven't come back to yet. I'm going to get to, but just the where you see the need and how we can actually look to make sure people are accessing genetic testing.
Absolutely. So. Do you mind if I take this one? Yes. So what we know and what's very evident in the research is that early diagnosis, early intervention and access to specialist treatment is the trio to ensure best patient outcomes. What the current situation, as far as I'm aware in Australia, is that children with developmental delay and intellectual disability who may have seizures, who are under 11 years of age, can access whole genome sequencing through funded Medicare. When you're outside that patient population, you're very much restricted to clinical indication, hospital policies and state arrangements, what that means is that the costs tend to be covered by the hospital or by the patient for out-of-pocket costs. And that could range from $800 for a panel test or up to $300 for a whole genome sequence. So that obviously creates a lot of inequity, both geographical and socioeconomic. I'd like to give you an example in the adult patient population. So what we find in the space is that there are many adults who sit under an umbrella of refractory epilepsies. These adults have complex epilepsies that have never been genetically diagnosed because at the time of their diagnosis, genetics were not part of the pediatric standard of care. So what you find is that these patients are often forgotten, and because there's no pathways and systems in place that would ensure they get a genetic test, they're often undermanaged or maybe not managed as optimally as they can be. So this is one way where a national action plan would set out a pathway for those patients. As Selena mentioned, access to genetic testing, which means that patients like the adults with refractory epilepsies can access genetic testing and therefore treatment, which ultimately leads to better patient outcomes in that population.
So genetic, obviously that's something that would need to be given a Medicare number or whatever to be able to actually have that access. So, and we sort of heard that that's not happening at the moment yesterday, so that's an issue. From your company's perspective, I suppose we've heard across the country as we've done this, there's been cases of where there's been need that they've had provision of drugs because they can't afford it. There's compassionate cases in that. So is that something that is that viable? I mean, obviously it costs the companies to do that. So I'm just wondering what sort of flexibility there is in those sorts of situations.
So I can start by saying that we are absolutely committed to early access in patients, and where possible, we try and bridge that gap between TGA listing and reimbursement. Often we are working.
I think some of the challenges with compassionate access is that it can be a never-ending position if a company is unable to bring a product onto the PBS, and I think that really speaks to the broader HTA reforms and the system we use in Australia, the HTA system, to really value medicines. And I think that system's been undergoing reform, so it hasn't had reform in 30 years, but there was recently 50 recommendations that were presented to government that spoke to ways that we can better recognise the full value of medicines. And, you know, if we think about someone with epilepsy, the way that might happen is if you have a patient, for example, who has like a child with a DEE and their parent is either working part-time or has stopped work altogether because they need to provide care around the clock. What we see is that value of that caregiver time is not recognised. So this sort of speaks to having a broader qualitative values framework that really demonstrates the full value that an innovative medicine can bring. So reducing caregiver burden, helping a parent get back into the workforce, attain education, and really contribute to better outcomes overall for the patient, but also for the Australian economy as well. So this is some of the challenges where, you know, compassionate access is not a long-term commitment.
It's something that I think you should be commended for, that you are willing to do it. It's something when you hear it, you think it sort of softens your thoughts on the pharmaceutical world a little bit. However, I'm just wondering then, well, where are the real barriers then in actually getting something listed? So when you've got, you know, what's the timeframes and how are you finding that experience going through the PBS?
Yeah, so I think for Australia, on average, we do wait longer for medicines than our other comparable OECD nations. So we wait on average 3.6 years longer for access to innovative medicines. I think when we consider some of the barriers around access to medicine, there's obviously the TGA approval, which is a regulatory approval, and then there is the funding process, which is the PBS reimbursement system. On average, we see delays of around 466 days between those two time points. but it can actually be longer if it's a vulnerable population or a small population, because often some of the evidence and the ability to conduct a full phase 3 clinical trial program can be challenging. So sometimes the evidence that's available can also extend those timelines further. But I think some of these barriers and delays really speak to the HTA system and the importance of reforming how that effectively values medications in Australia, so that we can really recognise that a medicine has an impact beyond a patient. It impacts a family, impacts carers, it has a positive contribution to productivity, and then, of course, a broader positive effect, a healthier population for Australia. So I think it's really our HTA system that's fundamental to having some really key reform around it to really sort of support access to innovative medicines in Australia.
Thank you. Now I'm going to come back to where we keep referencing is the National Action Plan. Yeah. So with the National Action Plan, that is a common theme. Everybody believes that we should have a National Action Plan. I'd just like to see how you would interact with it from your perspective, but also how you would see it operating, because we've heard lots of evidence of dysfunctional organisational structure, or fractured is the word, not dysfunctional, fractured support network across the country, and we'd like to see it coming together as one. And the National Action Plan, I think, is achievable if that happens. Is just how would you see that happening and being managed, and how would you interact with that?
So I think from UCB's perspective, a National Epilepsy Action Plan really represents a way to make meaningful progress through a coordinated effort. So we very much see the value of that as a mechanism to really bring together different stakeholders, including first and foremost the experience and expertise of people that live with epilepsy, as well as healthcare professionals, community organisations, researchers, government and industry, so they can come together under a common framework with clear priorities, with measurable outcomes attached to that, to really work together to improve the care that epilepsy patients receive over the course of a lifetime. So we see the value very much around the having that action plan in place. We also think that it can really improve care across the whole lifetime of a patient with epilepsy. So it could coordinate efforts around diagnosis, around treatment, around access to specialist services, as well as some of the support services that surround an epilepsy patient. So we see this as a really important way to deliver the best outcomes possible for people suffering with epilepsy, but also ensure that we take a coordinated approach with clear and measurable actions and outcomes that are attached to the implementation of the plan.
Do you want to add anything?
Just a point on standardisation and metrics. We can't improve things that we can't measure. And I think part of this needs to be some sort of standardisation and measurement. I'd like to give you an example from England. So they have the Epilepsy 12 audit, which ran from the Epilepsy 12 audit, and it's a fallout from the IGAP, which was mentioned yesterday, the IGAP framework. And what they did was that they looked at services across paediatric and adults, and every service submits data, and the results are benchmarked against each other. So individual centres can then compare their performance against their peers. And some of the things that they looked at was access to specialist nurses, time to specialist assessment, transition from paediatric to adult care, and referral of complex epilepsies. And what they found was that in between 2018 and 2024, when they ran this, there was improvements in access to epilepsy specialist nurses, surgery referrals, and care planning management. So I think as part of whatever comes out of this, there needs to be some kind of standardisation across the country so we can measure and improve our services to patients.
So at the moment, we would not have access to that sort of statistics.
I don't think we're measuring it. If we are, it's very localised. I don't think we're measuring it on a standard, as far as I'm aware.
No, that's fine. I think that's covered my questions. Okay. I'll hand back to the chair.
Yeah, Senator Nandaraja.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, nice to see you again, Selena. I just could you just give us an overview of what your current portfolio of drugs looks like, and then what your forward plan is in terms of therapies, including gene therapies as well?
So at the moment, so UCB, as we said, we've been in epilepsy for over 25 years. So we currently have 4 products that are listed on the PBS. They treat focal seizures as well as generalised epilepsy and also a range of epilepsy syndromes, but I'll hand over
just to add to what Selena was saying. So we do have 4 medications on the PBS at the moment, focal and generalised epilepsies, but then also we have a focus on rare and complex epilepsies like the developmental and epileptic encephalopathies. So there's we're looking into that. In terms of the future, we are looking at focusing our efforts on drug-resistant epilepsies and patients that have prolonged seizures that present in hospitals often. And then we're also looking at a future investment into sort of disease modifying and playing in that genetic space in the future. So that's our current portfolio.
So disease modifying meaning what? Like gene therapies or?
Possibly, yeah. Yeah, okay. This is something we're looking into. It's not something that's active at the moment.
And so why is it that UCB have continued to invest in epilepsy? It's a relatively uncommon disease. It's not like hypertension or hypercholesterolemia. I'm just curious, I mean, this is a problem we have with pharmaceutical companies who are not investing in less common or rare diseases. So why is it that UCB has taken this part to continue to invest?
Look, I think UCB globally, as I said, has really positioned its areas of focus in 2 key areas, so neurology and immunology, and it's really sought to build deep therapeutic expertise within those 2 areas. So epilepsy, you know, our first treatment was funded on the PBS, I think it's close to 20 years ago now. So it was really the start of building that therapeutic expertise and then looking at other areas of unmet patient needs where the company could direct its clinical development to support that unmet need. And I think over time we've continued to, you know, to understand that, you know, there's the significant genetic link to some of the epilepsies, then to start to understand, you know, what are the treatments that the company can develop that may be able to support patients with high unmet need in these areas. So it's been, as I said, it's been a long-term commitment for UCB and something that the company continues to invest in.
And the 4 products you mentioned, are they available in Australia or are these global?
They're all available.
They're all available. And is that, and do we have access to the same drugs as you have made available to other jurisdictions, other peer countries? Same access?
Yes, we do. Probably the only exception is one indication for one of our treatments for Lennox-Gastaut syndrome is not currently funded on the PBS, but it is registered by the TGA in Australia.
Right, okay, so then how do people get access? Is that through compassionate or special access?
We are currently exploring pathways to help people get access to that. We have provided compassionate access, but at this stage it's really looking now to see if we can consider how we might be able to make that product available on the PBS.
Okay, which comes back to the HTA review, right?
Yeah.
Okay. On notice, perhaps, would you be able to supply the committee with some information on how the volume of drugs you've made available through compassionate or special access schemes over the, say, the last 5 to 10 years?
Yes, yep.
That would give us some idea as to the unmet need that is out there in the community. Okay. In terms of clinical trials, have you had any conversations with the department or with any of the people leading the National Clinical Trials One-Stop Shop?
UCB's actually been one of the companies working with Medicines Australia as well as AusBiotech to explore the role of an Australian Life Science Council. So where the opportunity sits there is we want to see a more connected, I guess, value chain across all of the life science sector, so from research all the way through to medicines and other technologies being funded in Australia. So that work has really been focusing on looking to have a more connected policy approach because Office sits across many different government portfolios, so we've been working really to ensure that we can have a coordinated approach around that to really ensure that access, that Australia has a competitive environment for clinical trials and that we're able to attract investment and trials to Australia.
So you haven't had any specific conversations with the department or with Professor Ian Chubb on the National Clinical One-Stop Shop? No. Okay, but we might ask the department about that. I mean, I think, clinical trials are one way that communities like in Tasmania and regional remote communities all around this country can get access to these kinds of cutting-edge drugs. So that one-stop shop is designed to do that, to make that happen when it is up and running. Just to go back to your comments on the qualitative framework, I couldn't agree more with you on this. I think I've had testimony in an adjacent hearing on productivity around the care economy, where we have really zeroed in on the issue of qualitative metrics, which really need to be, I think, brought in to complement more formal metrics like GDP, right, which really does not capture the value of the care economy. Have you put any thought, and the other thing is these qualitative metrics also reflect second-order benefits of life-saving drugs, for example, on families, on workforce participation, on economic outcomes, and yet they're not captured by Treasury, as far as I can see. So have you done any thinking along the lines of what those qualitative metrics might be from an epilepsy perspective?
So what to measure on the question? So what? Yep. So I have them in terms of access, in terms of quality, drug-resistant epilepsies and outcomes. So for access, it's things like time to first seizure, time to first EEG or MRI or any other investigations, access to nurses, and then transition plans. In terms of quality, it's very similar. For drug-resistant epilepsies, it's looking at the percentage of patients who are drug-resistant, and then time to identification and getting to a specialist centre. In terms of outcomes, it's looking at things like seizure freedom, emergency presentations, hospital admissions, sudden death in epilepsy reviews, and quality of life measures. That's the healthcare side of it. I'm not in a position to comment on the outer.
Yeah, I think from the qualitative frameworks, maybe we could take that question on notice and just come back to you with what we could suggest in that area.
I think that would be helpful, actually, because you've got a global reach here and global perspective, so I think it would be very beneficial from our perspective.
Apologies, I misunderstood your question on the frameworks.
No, that's fine. It's on Hansard. It's useful. Just on funding, in terms of models, for rare diseases, I guess this speaks to just rare diseases, rare conditions in general, epilepsy being one of them. What kind of work is going on internationally in terms of how governments and public money can go towards keeping that pipeline of drug development, medicines development going? Like, I think the UK is doing something in this space, but I'm not entirely clear on this.
Look, it's a very good question. I think it speaks a little bit to the work that's happening in terms of life sciences sectors in other countries. So what we see is countries putting in place a life science council that really helps to coordinate where the priorities should sit for the life science sector for a country, and then how that they can develop that life science sectors effectively. For example, a country like Denmark has set up a life science council under the office of the Prime Minister, and the purpose there is really to show that if they focus in clear elements, they can really generate a strong and thriving life science sector. So, for example, they identified that they have a huge amount of registry data that's available there, so they're able to put in place sort of connecting that data, and that way they could measure sort of longitudinally the impact across people's health outcomes. And that sort of approach really allows then that generation of data to really inform investment, to identify gaps where additional treatment and support's needed. So it really has quite a, quite a significant impact across the whole
Are you
economy.
aware, though, of any funding models where there's been partnerships between governments and pharma to ensure we maintain a strong pipeline of therapies for rare conditions?
We might have to take that question on notice, I think.
Okay, that would be great. And when assessing a new epilepsy treatment, should government consider outcomes beyond seizure frequency, cognition, development, mental health, hospital admissions being one of them, workforce participation, carer burden? You sort of briefly mentioned some of those metrics, but should there be other, and are these other metrics considered in applications, for example, to the PBAC?
I think, yes, there is an opportunity to consider these elements much more broadly than what they are. They will predominantly, some of the metrics that are used through a submission don't necessarily reflect all of the value of a medicine. So I think there is an opportunity really to revisit some of these elements that are part of that.
Could you be a bit more specific? So what in Australia currently, when you're making applications to the PBAC, what do you have to talk about? What do you have to discuss in those applications? What is the PBAC interested in?
Reduction in seizures is one of the key measures used. Impact on behavioural outcomes.
Some of the things we measured in our Dravet syndrome clinical trials include...
No. In the submission, because the barrier, as far as I can see, is the PBAC, has to make a decision, a recommendation to government as to whether the drug is listed or not listed on the PBS. That's the sticking point.
My understanding is the focus is mainly on the primary outcome, which is seizure reduction.
Seizure
so to
reduction.
what extent everything else is taken into account, although we measure it, I don't know what values.
Okay, so that's what I wanted to get at. So the PBAC really just look at seizure reduction. They don't look at any of these other qualitative metrics or non-seizure outcomes, like cognition, development.
I believe it's taken into account, but maybe not to the same extent as the primary outcome of the trial.
Okay, maybe we will have to speak to someone from the department about what exactly is taken into account in these applications. Because I think the challenge for us is to actually try and understand where the barriers are, right? And we've had volumes of testimony from everyone that it's not just about seizure reduction, although that is important. There's so much else that needs to be taken into account. Just talk to us a little bit about drug-resistant epilepsy. What is the definition of that, and what do people need to know about it?
Absolutely. So drug-resistant epilepsy is described by the International League Against Epilepsy as the failure of adequate trials of two tolerated, appropriately chosen and used anti-seizure medications, whether as monotherapies or in combination, to achieve sustained seizure freedom. And what we understand about drug-resistant epilepsy is that it affects 1 in 3 adults and 1 in 4 children. The Australian Epilepsy Project, which is led by Monash University, modelled the cost of drug-resistant epilepsy recently, and they report that uncontrolled seizures were associated with significant cost to the healthcare system and loss of productivity. Now, this is particularly important because although it's 1/3 of the patient population, so it's not the majority, but they do contribute significantly to the cost, disability and mortality in this patient population.
Okay, that's helpful to know. And just on research, are you tapped into, as a company, our research R&D in Australia? I mean, we have a thriving biotech sector in this country. Are you tapped into that?
I'm not sure about tapped in, but I can tell you what we've been involved in to give you an idea of our experience.
Florey, for example, and others.
Sure. So Australia has an excellent research facilities for epilepsy, like world class. The first genetic epilepsy was identified in Australia. Some of the things that we've contributed to in the past include the Australian Pregnancy Register, which Professor Piero Peruca mentioned yesterday, so we've supported that for a number of years. Another one that we've looked at supporting via a medical grant is the Gene Steps. Professor Alex Howell mentioned that yesterday. So it's not all of it, it's that we supported a portion of it.
Novo Nordisk, we learned yesterday, have pitched in 300 million. Maybe you should chuck in some money too.
And we also support training and education for epileptologists, for neurologists who want to become specialists in epileptology through the ESA UCB clinical sponsorship. So I don't know if that answers the tapped-in question, but we are aware of research that's happening, and if there was a research priorities under a National Epilepsy Action Plan, then we could focus our investment into some of those elements.
My last question really relates to digital therapeutics. Is UCB investing in digital therapeutics, however way you want to define that? It might be apps, it might be assistive tech, it might be monitoring technologies.
Not that I'm aware of, Selena. No.
So you're very much focused on therapeutic in the traditional medicines. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. You didn't have any more questions, did you? And hello, welcome. That concludes this particular panel. Thank you very much for your evidence today and for your submission. It's very comprehensive and it's a different perspective to the ones that we've had so far in our inquiry, so it's very much appreciated. The committee will report to the Senate on the 10th of September 2026, and we've agreed that responses to questions on notice should be provided by close of business on Tuesday, the 18th of August 2026. So thank you very much. We're all right, better than you by the sound of it. Yes, can we suspend briefly? Representatives, sorry, I should have said good to go. I now welcome representatives from Epilepsy Tasmania. Thank you very much for appearing before the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the obligations of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has already been provided to you. For the Hansard record, if you could each state your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing today, and we'll start on my left.
Mr Paul Quilliam, CEO of Epilepsy Tasmania.
Shirley Poetska, social worker and education and trainer.
Kate Rubenak, education and training registered nurse. On behalf of Epilepsy Tas, sorry.
Yeah. Elizabeth Delves, education and training coordinator.
Thank you. I'm going to invite you to make some short opening remarks and then we'll go to questions.
Thank you. Chair and Senators, thank you for coming to Tasmania and for the care and humanity that you have brought to this inquiry. My name is Paul Quilliam, CEO of Epilepsy Tasmania. Today, our entire team is here. There are only 6 of us. We are all part-time, with staff in the north and the south to support approximately 5,500 Tasmanians living with epilepsy, along with their families and communities. We wanted all 6 of us to be visible because this is what Tasmania's specialist community epilepsy workforce looks like. So 3 here and my wonderful 2 team there. It is not a large department. It's not a call centre, a referral portal or a traditional VIC/TAS. It's me and a Fab 5. Between us, we provide epilepsy nursing, social work, education, navigation, community support, administration, advocacy and leadership. But we do not work in neat professional boxes because epilepsy does not arrive as one neat issue as so many submissions read. Someone may call after a first seizure, frightened and unsure of what happens next. A parent may ring because their child's school is afraid. A person may contact us after losing their licence, their employment, their independence, or someone they love. The first conversation is rarely a neat 10 minutes lived experience recount like these hearings. But behind the first contact can sit years of fear, grief and exhaustion. And the work rarely ends when the call does. There may be nursing advice, emotional support, a management plan, training, advocacy, help navigating services, or simply a call the next day asking, "How are you going?" Usually more than one member of our team becomes part of that journey. The case map, which we've provided, shows how quickly one person's story can become complex. As we sometimes say in Tasmania, the map is not the territory, and you cannot feel the breeze from the map. Through this inquiry, you are beginning to see the territory and feel the breeze. You have heard deeply moved lived experience evidence. For our team, those stories do not arrive only on hearing days. They come through our phones, our inboxes and our front door. Epilepsy has no calendar. Does not wait until the right staff member is rostered on. So we respond as a team. We ask, what does this person need now? Who is best placed to help? And how do we make sure they do not feel alone? But our responsiveness should not be mistaken for unlimited capacity. In the past 12 months, our team has been reduced from 8 people to 6. We have drawn heavily on reserves and bequest funding to keep services available. That is not sustainable. We're also determined to maintain a presence in both Launceston and Hobart, the north and the south. Tasmania cannot be properly served through a Hobart-centred model alone. Telehealth is valuable, but sometimes what matters most is being in the room, beside an overwhelmed patient, with a school trying to include a child, or in a regional community where face-to-face support makes the service real. Too much of our work is necessarily reactionary. With sustainable support, more of it could be preventative. We could reach people earlier, strengthen referral pathways, and reduce the likelihood that families must reach crisis before they find us. When this inquiry reports, Epilepsy Tasmania stands ready, with the support of Epilepsy Australia, to help bring its recommendations to life. But we will still be the same team of 6 unless investment reaches the people, the teams expected to implement them. A national plan will not reach someone in Strawn, Smithton, Scottsdale or Queenstown by itself. A pathway means little if there is nobody available to walk beside a person through it. Our request is simple. Please recognise specialist community epilepsy organisations as essential parts of the health, disability, education and community systems. Please fund the whole journey, not only the diagnosis or first referral, and please ensure that national reform is matched by enough local people to deliver it with care and humanity. I'm enormously proud of this team. They do not ask, is this technically my job? They ask, what does this person need and how can we help as a whole team? But goodwill and determination can only stretch so far. Today, you can see our entire team, 6 people carrying an extraordinary responsibility on behalf of approximately 5,500 Tasmanians living with epilepsy. I'd just like Shirley and Kate to just add some brief remarks too before we take questions.
In social work, I often meet people when epilepsy has already begun. They've had their diagnosis and then they find us, and I stress find because we're not always referred to. And it affects far more than their health. There's a huge impact to their life. The seizure may last minutes, but the impact of epilepsy can shape every day that follows. A person may, like Paul said, a person may have lost their licence, their employment, their confidence, or their sense of safety. And also, too, they go through a point of grieving where they've lost these things. Parents may be exhausted, relationships may be under pressure, even to a point that it goes into the DV sector. A person might be frightened to leave home because they no longer trust their own body, or because they no longer trust that the people around them will know what to do. So, awareness. Sometimes our most important role is simply to sit with someone and just listen, and just remind them that they don't have to face epilepsy alone, because that is their fear. The greatest strength of our team is that we all work together. We're very multidisciplinary. Nursing, social work, education and community support are not separate services. They are coordinated around the person so that people don't have to navigate a fragmented system on their own. Too often we see people spend more time proving the impact of epilepsy than actually receiving the support. So they're constantly repeating their story. The NDIS must recognise epilepsy as a lifelong condition with fluctuating and often invisible functional impacts, where support is based on how epilepsy affects everyday life. People should not have to reach crisis before emotional and practical support becomes available. A whole-of-life condition requires whole-of-life multidisciplinary care, because people living with epilepsy shouldn't have to navigate a fragmented system just to find the support they need. A good system should find them. So I'd like to hand over to Kate.
Thank you, Cheryl. So as a nurse working in the epilepsy space, I have seen firsthand the same themes that have emerged throughout this whole inquiry, which include fragmented systems, families becoming the coordinators of their own care, that inequitable access to specialist and diagnostic services, and significant gaps in knowledge and support as well. Specialist care is essential, but it cannot end when they leave the consult room with their specialist. There must be a clear pathway, a clinical community bridge connecting specialist services, primary care and community support, so that their care is coordinated, continuous and genuinely person-centred. Integrated care should not be an exception. It should be the standard for every Australian living with epilepsy. Community epilepsy organisations such as Epilepsy TAS, supported nationally by Epilepsy Australia, are uniquely positioned to help bridge this gap. We connect clinical care with practical community support, strengthen communication between services, reinforce information and risk management, help schools, workplaces and families understand the individual, not just the diagnosis. The goal needs to be more straightforward, and no family or person should be left to navigate the epilepsy space alone. Thank you.
I'm going to go to questions now, and I'm going to start with Senator Askew.
Thank you, and thank you very much for the team to be here. It's great to have Team Tassie here. I'm just going to start with some of the things that you've already that are in your submission, but just to sort of flesh them out a little bit more. And I just want to start with the old favourite in Tasmania, the Victorian-Tasmanian link, the fact that we're forever sending people to Victoria for treatment. I just want to understand what the impacts are and how often that is the case in Tasmania and what services aren't available for Tasmanian people with epilepsy.
I'll probably start with one is there is a data challenge. While there's publication of data for on the TAS Health website, we believe that that's a little bit skewed because of the lack of data that is really Tasmanians seeking support from Melbourne support services there. So data is key, and that's one that we think there is insufficient data that really can spell out the Vic/TAS sort of that relationship and that narrative. I think when we look at services on the mainland, we know we're in the uniqueness of Tasmania with some of perhaps the thin services. We know main issues in TAS are the thin specialist capacity. There is a reliance on the mainland services, the travel and cost burdens, regional access within Tasmania, and there's limited margin for error, particularly in a small system, and obviously the small local workforce. We feel that, again, a service existing in Melbourne is not equitable access for a Tasmanian family unless they can reach it, afford it, understand it, and come home to coordinated follow-up. So the aim is working with mainland states too. It's obviously that we're trying to grow partnerships with even our CRM, our database, where we do have some of the states joined on a centralised database that helps with clients that are Melbourne or moved down to Tasmania. Those relationships are growing. Does anyone else want to, particularly around PTAS or
impact on family may be something that
it's massive, you know, and we have quite a few single parent families as well. So they're trying to do the best they can for their child, keep their job and keep their house, as well as trying to navigate the system. And if the system says that they have to go to Melbourne to see an epileptologist, if we could kidnap a couple of those and bring them down here, that'd be fabulous, quite frankly. But, you know, for them to go over there and have that specialised care, they need to go over there. Now, PTAS, yes, sorry, patient transfer, they have to go through quite a few hoops. And normally it's just for the person that is diagnosed. So it doesn't take care of mum. And mum then has to find someone else to look after the other children if they have other children at home. So mum has to find the money to get over there. They have to find the money for the accommodation and also for the specialist appointment. And it may be one, maybe two. So they might be there for a week. So that's a week of money that mum's not getting through her work because she's probably already used up all of her sick days and annual leave days because of the seizure patterns. So it really is an expensive exercise from TAS. But I have found that a lot of my clients, when they go over there, they can do telehealth when they come back for the next couple of visits, but then they need to go over again to be reassessed. So, and if there's any sort of surgery involved, that takes a little bit longer and it takes more money. So they really are sort of like put in a corner. And even with NDIS, as I mentioned before, it's very difficult for them also, if they're not part of NDIS, to get certain specialists involved, which is really heartbreaking because all a mum wants to do is to look after a baby and make sure that baby comes out strong.
So when you say if there's surgery involved, is there any surgical procedures that are actually done in regard to epilepsy in Tasmania?
I might give that to Kate. As far as I'm aware, most of it is done in Melbourne.
Yeah, so I believe, a lot of it is done in Melbourne. I'm not sure whether they're doing the VNS, vagus nerve stimulation, in Hobart. But as far as I'm aware, the majority have to go over to the mainland, as we call it. And I'd also just like to add as well, there's the financial constraints, but the amount of people that I've also sort of had come to me and say, what if my child has a seizure while we're on the plane? What do how am I going to manage this? So there's that as well. Are they going to let me take my emergency medication onto the plane with me? All those sorts of things. And I know we've heard some devastating stories from other inquiries around people being banned from public transport and things like that due to having seizures. So there's that impact as well. And I've also had the pleasure of working alongside one of the neurologists here at the LGH in one of their clinics. And they've had patients that have gone over to the mainland and then with that ongoing care, they come back and they sit in the neurologist's office saying to the neurologist, what's the go with this and this and this? And they look it up on the computer and I've got no correspondence from that professional. So they're kind of relying on what the patient is telling them. But, as we know, people with epilepsy, it's not just the seizures, there's that memory issues and things as well. So they, half the time, don't even remember what the names of the medications and things are. So there's barriers in terms of that continuity of care there as well.
I was just going to say that the issue is not that every advanced service must exist in Tasmania, but it's more that the issue is the access to the mainland care. It must be timely funded, coordinated and connected back into then local support.
It's something that comes out not just in the epileptic world, but also in any sort of cancer and everything else that we've looked into over time, that bit of water makes a big difference in getting somebody to treatment. You also mentioned in your submission about the need for an epilepsy nurse, so I presume, Kate, that that's your role. Are you the only one in Tasmania?
As far as I'm aware, I am for Epilepsy Tasmania, so it's covering the whole of the sort of state, and I am a big believer in that face-to-face, and so it is really tricky to cover, the whole of the state, but I have had a lot of feedback saying I understood this so much more and feel so much more confident now that we've had face-to-face training sessions rather than Zoom and telehealth. And I know that's great and that bridges gaps, but, I've had services say to me that we've had medication errors and things like that because people just sort of click through the online stuff and there's not that engagement. So I think that, yeah.
So you do face-to-face meetings with patients as well as telehealth, or just face-to-face?
Yeah, I do both. I always say to the girls that are booking in the training face-to-face if possible, but obviously, so I've been as far as like Strawn and things like that. So, I do.
And is it only with patients with epilepsy, or are you training in education in teaching with teachers and things like that? So where there's a young student with epilepsy, you go into the schools and go through that?
Yeah, so do like schools, childcare's disability sector, and then the family as well. So we do the medication training. So if somebody's prescribed an emergency medication, I can go through that training and give them, the hands-on to sort of. They don't let us play with the real drugs, but we've got, the ampules and things that we practice, and that gives them the confidence to. Be able to administer that in that emergency setting. But yes, a range of different, wherever we need it really.
It might be also helpful just to add to around the whole team. Liz might be able to talk to around particularly training into the schools.
Yep.
And I know that the Chair would understand that there is finite time within a school calendar, and so Liz might be able to point out that.
So Kate's touched on the main three sectors we do training for: childcare, schools and the disability sector. So we can do training, a pre-mandatory training is epilepsy, understanding epilepsy and managing it, which is sort of the generic training for an hour and a half on seizures, seizure first aid. And then we can do specific training where there is a student or a person with epilepsy. They'll have an epilepsy management plan. If they have emergency medication as well, there's an additional plan, emergency medication management plan, which then Kate, as she was saying, would do midazolam training. So for schools, schools don't really call up for training until there's a seizure at school, and then there's a panic about it. So we don't really do just our first training for schools because it's normally there's a student with epilepsy. But yeah, definitely face-to-face is better. Funding is a problem because there isn't specific funding for all your students with epilepsy training. It's, we have our senior first aid training, asthma, anaphylaxis training for teachers, but this epilepsy, that's an add-on. We've only got so much funding here, and I've got to choose between epilepsy training or whatever other, training they've got. So that's often hard, and unless there's midazolam, they might just not do the training. If it's just an epilepsy management plan, they'll just get on with it as best they can. When there's midazolam, there's sort of more of a duty of care that they should be able to do that. But we do have sometimes students not allowed to go to school until they've had the training, which we don't always recommend. We can say, well, look, you could call an ambulance. So that's been hard for parents working and their child's not allowed to go to school. Often in childcare, they won't allow the child till there's training. So there's a whole lot of issues, and it's really heartbreaking when they're saying, we don't have money for, we don't have the money. Why shouldn't you have the money? Like this is someone's well-being. And we also think it'd be great if all these sectors, disability, schools, childcare, had that epilepsy first aid training mandatory, which we've heard at other hearings. So then they're aware of seizures, what to do. There's not as much of a panic if there is a seizure. They're helping the other children in the school know what's going on. And also to recognise seizures like absent seizures and things which would be seen as daydreaming, behavioural, that sort of thing. And so it can help with recognising and diagnosing those things.
So the funding for that education, for those programs, does that come from the state government, or how is that cost?
There's some fee for service, obviously, so that's part of the revenue for us, the challenge. But I think what's to note also is that often the schools, their preference would be to have it on student-free days. And where they try and find an hour and a half to bring in a number of teachers that are around the child with epilepsy. So our peak times are certainly at the start of term one, and those. And again, there is just not there is only finite student-free days.
Or after school, so after hours as well. So Cheryl and I both do a lot of 6 o'clock starts, because that's when childcares, for instance, they have to wait for all the children to leave, so then it's that after hours as well.
Yeah, or 4 o'clock for schools, and then some teachers are like, oh, we have to do this. I'm not getting paid for this kind of thing. It's not valued, I guess, by some.
And I'd just like to add on, just to really drive home the point about education. I had a case recently where a mother was told, oh, your son, they just daydreaming all the time, and they're just falling behind. They're not, they're being naughty. You need to go and get them tested for ADHD. And it actually turned out that they were absent seizures, but their first go-to was they've got ADHD. So, and it's really interesting when you are doing an education session. It's like you see these light bulbs coming on. Yeah. Oh, that could be a seizure. Oh my goodness, I did not put those, because a seizure is somebody having a convulsive episode on the ground, right? Like, that's what people see as epilepsy as a seizure. So it's really,
I think the gold star for education is that it just creates awareness. It gets the conversation going. Yeah. Everyone's talking about it. They talk about different seizures and, oh yeah, my cousin's got that, or yeah, my uncle's got that. And all these things come out all of a sudden. Yeah. And it really does it's a 360 conversation, which is just lovely.
Which is what this is about. We're trying to get it out there and talk about, I'm going to be wound up quickly. I just want to touch on one more thing, and that's the transition from going from the paediatric world into the adult world, and how that is dealt with here in Tasmania, and what are the key barriers that you come up across against there?
I guess there's a lot of people that we find fall through the gaps at that stage, particularly those who may have had the childhood epilepsies and they're sort of controlled. They reach that threshold of going into adulthood and then they're just forgotten. GPs don't want to question medication, so they're like, I'm not touching this. And there's no review from neurology or things like that. So there's that lack of handover, I guess, and that pathway. But I don't know whether Cheryl, from a social work perspective.
Totally agree. And then you've got the frustration of the family, and they ring up and say, do you have any sway? Can you ring this one? Can you ring that one? Neuros don't take phone calls from us. They just don't. They've got their daily calendar and they get on with it. And once they're finished with a patient, that's it. That's done. Yeah. They go on to the next one. And sometimes it can be really quite difficult. And also for the child going from paediatrics through to adult, because they've been comfortable and consistent with the paediatrician, and now they're being shuffled off to someone else where they have to retell the whole story and relive the whole thing.
So we heard I'll just finish this on a really horrible note. We heard some horrible stories yesterday, and we have heard some very sad stories about the SUDAP. And I was just wondering how you approach that in your discussions with your clients, I suppose, and just what the awareness is in Tasmania.
Sure. When we get someone that comes through, I'll do a psychosocial interaction with them. And we go through absolutely everything. And, sometimes I'll break down crying and I'll say, like my child's this, And when I say my child, I've had an 80-year-old woman with her child who's like 50-odd that cannot live by themselves. So she's in absolute tears because what's going to happen when I go? There's no one to look after him, you know. So SUDEP it's a touchy subject, it's an upsetting subject, especially when they've only just been diagnosed. So you really do have to pick your moment when you have a discussion of it. So if they say, like, what's going to happen, is my child going to die? And you could say, well, it depends. And then you sort of like go through it, you give them some literature to read, to look at, and if they've got questions, I get them to come back to me. But it has to be really, like, it does need to be tiptoed a little bit because people are already up to here with upset and fear and frustration. So it does need to come out, and it does come out, but you have to pick your time.
It's fairly standard. Thank you very much. I'll hand back to the chair and let someone else have a go.
Just before I go to Senator Ananda Raja, just a quick question around the patient travel subsidy scheme. I certainly know from my home state that's woefully inadequate, but if you could just briefly outline what people actually get under that scheme here in Tasmania.
They actually get per kilometre, and they really don't get enough, just like your state, I'm thinking. But they have to basically write out absolutely everything. They also have to have a report from the doctor to say why they're going over there. It doesn't always fund going over to Melbourne. It might fund, say, from Launceston to Hobart, but they really do put them through the grinder for that. Now, in particular with what they need to sort of fulfil, I'm not entirely sure. I can certainly find out for you.
Could we get that on notice?
Absolutely,
Yeah,
absolutely.
And also, I know in my home state, you know, you might be able to jump through all the hoops and apply for it, but it might be 4 months later that you actually then get the funds after you've had to do the thing. So even if you have any information about, you know, how quickly people can actually get reimbursed for their travel as well.
Yeah, yep, I can do that. And you probably also hear a little bit of lived experience in regards to that this afternoon.
Yeah. Just one other quick question around the education question where, you know, kids are being told they can't, or parents being told their kid can't go to school. Is there a Human Rights Act in Tasmania?
It really is up to the school, and the school
You don't have that.
and the school is they go off their lawyers, the school's lawyers basically.
Yeah.
If they say, well, no, we can't have this, you know, we don't want to be liable for it, then it's a duty of care.
Yeah.
And the duty of care is basically if the child goes into seizure, you call an ambulance, but how long is the ambulance going to go? And is that child one of those children that stop breathing during the seizure?
Yes.
So, you know, everything escalates.
Yeah.
So,
When we've
I guess
tried
the
to
reason I asked
advocate, they have pushed back a bit and said this is what our lawyers are advising us, and
Yeah.
we've said we can't do any more. But it is very interesting because
some of the pushbacks a little bit.
we're not quite sure what else could be done, or if that needs to be looked at further to see if it's fair.
And the same with aftercare. Aftercare's the same.
It's they're one of the main sectors that exclude.
Yeah, the reason I asked Senator Askew's just informed me that you don't have a Tasmanian Human Rights Act, like in Queensland.
Oh, that's
you
why
have a
we
Human
laughed.
Rights Act that says you have a right to an education, so being told you can't go would put an obligation on the school to actually, and the department to do what would need to be done so that kid can go.
We've actually had families where the child, even once they've been allowed to go, they've been completely isolated in a classroom on their own with just the TA. That in itself is horrendous, if you
Every
ask
child
me.
deserves inclusion.
Absolutely. Not going to get an argument from me. Senator Nandaraja.
Chair. Just on workforce, I'm guessing you have more paediatricians in Tassie than you do have neurologists with epilepsy special.
They're not all specialised in epilepsy, though.
No, they're not. Far from it. So I guess yesterday we heard testimony. I think in Canada they are looking at, or they've started a program of skilling up paediatricians in the management of epilepsy. Are you familiar with any program similar to this, and what would your thoughts be?
I haven't heard any of that myself. The first I heard of it was actually yesterday when I watched the show. The show. How bad does that sound? When I watched the panel. But
I think to add to the workforce, I think ESA, Epilepsy Society of Australia, they are better placed from addressing some of the workforce, but I think addressing some of those workforce, the importance of actually working alongside the community organisations, the 7 in Australia, and the hope is that perhaps there are in the stream of IGAP some addressing of that with the 7 organisations working alongside the chair of ESA under the ENDA licence. I think we can address that.
Yeah. And is there anything stopping specialists from another state coming here, rather than forcing families to travel across to Melbourne to get care? What is actually stopping specialists from being flown in here?
I think we have a rich history. Epilepsy Tasmania celebrated 50 years last year and the early decades were significant, or they're well-regarded Melbourne epileptologists that would come in, and there was a great fly-in, fly-out, and that's where it really started because of the thin on the ground. There is not as much of that now as with, again, a smaller workforce of neurologists, epileptologists. I couldn't...
COVID, I think, stopped a lot of it, and I don't know whether it actually started up again post-COVID.
Okay, so it was actually happening prior to COVID, to some degree?
To some degree, yes.
It probably petered out, so it'd been really strong sort of from 1975 onwards, and then as Tasmania started to build a level of workforce, it obviously calibrated, but it's still something that I think a national solution where there are, again, still maximising the value of telehealth. There are a number of Melbourne epileptologists that still, again, do a lot of telehealth down here. We aren't privy to those data sets to the level that we would like to. So I think from a data perspective too, I would hope that maybe out of this inquiry too, that ESA could work more strongly with the community organisations in sharing data, particularly there's often been representations where perhaps data can't be shared, but we would like to think that there would be great benefits of de-identified data being shared from neurologists, epileptologists more freely across the 7 community organisations.
So prior to COVID then, how was this arrangement happening? Was it a hospital-to-hospital arrangement between, say, the children's hospitals, or was it how did this actually happen?
It's to go outside of Tasmania.
No, for specialists to come here.
Oh, I'm honestly not sure.
That was pre my time with Epilepsy TAS, but I think it's probably like that hospital to... I know the ones that I know of were sort of coming and working out of, say, the Burnie Hospital and things like that. So I'm not 100% sure. I mean, I could chat to some people and find out.
Could you find out?
Yeah, absolutely.
That would be helpful. Which hospital it was, because we could ask the
department. Obviously, the department put in TAS Health have put in a submission, a 3-page from Minister Archer, and there may be an opportunity where they could clarify that of how it's transitioned between, again, the Melbourne/TAS and that evolution.
And do you know anything about how many beds have video EEG monitoring in Tassie? None.
I don't think we do we? Do they video EEG?
I think ESA or the TAS Health would be best placed to do that, but our understanding is that it is very limited. We think it is none.
I think it's very... so on speaking with one of the neurologists that I work with, one of his stick points is that the access to video EEG monitoring is really, really tricky. There used to be the home EEG, which, that without that, there's so many more barriers for people accessing that, but it is a very, and it's a short EEG, so there's, for those prolonged EEGs, which is what a lot of people require, that is a interstate trip as far as...
So you think that there are no beds, but we'd have to check with the department on this?
Double check, yeah.
Okay, alrighty, wow.
To what? In regards to what you were saying yesterday about upskilling, Kate and I had a really good chat about that yesterday afterwards, and honestly, to have a GP that would be upskilled within epilepsy would be fantastic. We actually spoke to RACGP about 12 months ago, and not one single GP in Tasmania has the epilepsy.
I don't know, Shirley, whether it's possible. I like the idea of upskilling GPs. I just think that this is a very specialised area, and I think GPs are great, but I think there are certain conditions where it is really, it's a confidence thing, and you need to see volume in medicine to develop mastery.
Even if they could take just a small amount of weight off the
Yeah,
neurologist.
but I don't know if it's the GPs who would carry that burden. This is why I'm interested in the Canadian model. But I just want to ask you a little bit about data. We've heard about how particularly communities here are having to, get such fragmented care, often on the mainland. Then you may or may not get reports back, letters back from specialists. To what extent is My Health Record being used by the community?
So that is
your community, I mean.
Yeah. So that is another thing that I've heard reflections of, from like nurses in the ED department and things like that, as well as the neuros and that kind of thing, that these things are not being uploaded onto the My Health Record. So that's something that with the epilepsy management plans that we've had so many requests saying, can you upload these onto that My Health Record? Because one, if they present to emergency, then they've got it all there in their hand, but we don't have access to upload those sorts of things. And so it's really underused as far as...
Do you think the government should mandate the uploading of specialist reports? I would have thought that these are really hard to get. They're super expensive.
Absolutely. I think for that continuity of care, it's a no-brainer, really.
Yeah.
Especially if there is that body of water where you can't just pick up the phone, you can't have that quick communication. We see it all the time as well, where there is that fragmentation. One specialist has this idea, another has this idea, and if there's not that correspondence, they don't know what's going on, and they might, change medication. We find, people, they trust the medical profession. So a lot of the time they will just go along with it, and then it's this sort of wave of, we're going okay, and then it's just, fragmented, I guess, but absolutely would be beneficial.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. That brings this particular panel to an end. Can I say thank you very much for your comprehensive submissions, for your involvement in bringing this need for an inquiry to the attention of the committee. The committee will report to the Senate on the 10th of September 2026, and I note there were a few questions that were taken on notice. So the committee has agreed that responses to questions on notice should be provided by close of business on Tuesday, the 18th of August 2026. And we're now going to take a short break and come back at 3:05. Committee will now resume. This session is an opportunity for the committee to hear from members of the community about their lived experiences. And I remind the committee that this session for us is a listening exercise. I would like to remind everyone also that this is a public hearing. These are formal proceedings of the Senate, and the hearing must be conducted in an orderly and respectful way. I would also like to remind witnesses not to disclose any personal or private information. So for some of you that will include your name, no dates of birth, no addresses, nothing like that, because this is being broadcast live. So once it's out there, it can't come back. I now welcome Paul, Witness 1, Witness 2 and Ebony. This is going to seem really weird, but for the benefit of the Hansard, I need you all to state who you are. So I'm going to ask you to go from left for right, and you're just going to say, I'm Paul, I'm Witness 1, and so on, and then we'll make a start. So,
okay. My name is Paul, and thank you very much for having me here today to share my story. And
yeah, I'll just get you to stop there, Paul. We're just going to go down the line with that bit, and then I'll come back to you.
Hi, my name is Emma.
I need you to say Witness 1.
Witness 1.
Thank you.
I'm Witness 2.
Thank you.
Ebony.
Thank you. I'm now going to go to each of you to make your statements. And as I said, we are just going to listen. And so, Paul, we're going to start with you.
thank you. Thank you again for having me here today. 34 years ago, an unwanted tenant moved into my life. I did not invite them in. Despite everything my family has done, they've never left. At first I thought they might only be visiting. Instead they settled in and gradually became part of almost every decision our family made, always causing a lot of distress, frustration and anxiety. They've interrupted our family life. We have changed plans to suit them, and they have influenced decisions about education, employment, independence, travel and future. They do not respect birthdays, holidays, families, celebrations or important milestones. In fact, making special occasions always become tainted with some trepidation in case they show up. They do not give notice before arriving. They do not follow a timetable. They've occupied our thoughts, created uncertainty and demand constant attention. They have affected not only me but my wife, my children and now my grandchildren. The tenant has also been unpredictable. As a family, we have often had to live without knowing when the next problem might occur or how serious it might be. It has changed how we answer the telephone late at night. It has affected our sleep, made us constantly alert to movement, unusual sounds or silence from another room. It has led to emergency department visits, medical appointments, medication changes and long periods of uncertainty. It has also changed the life of my grandchildren. They have to live understanding a medical condition that many adults do not fully understand. They have to learn what to do when their parents become unwell and have to grow up knowing that family life can change without warning. This tenant has also been a gatekeeper to opportunities, employment, being able to drive, confidence in normal situations. The tenant has stood between my children and opportunities that many other people take for granted. My name is Paul. I'm the father of 7 children and 6 of my children live with epilepsy. Over the past 34 years, I've experienced epilepsy from many different perspectives. As a father, a pop, a carer, a first aid educator, and sadly as a parent who lost a child. My children experience different forms of epilepsy. Some live with more than one seizure type. This has taught our family that epilepsy is not one single experience. It affects every person differently, and the level of support required can vary greatly from one person to another. It has affected employment, driving, confidence and independence. One of my daughters has lost employment opportunities because of epilepsy, despite having medical support from her specialist and receiving the necessary clearance through Service TAS. That experience demonstrates how quickly a person can be judged by a diagnosis rather than their individual ability or medical evidence, actually level of risk. It also highlights another serious issue that fear many people have about disclosing their condition. Some people do not tell employers or others about epilepsy because they fear being treated differently, losing opportunities or being seen as a liability. No person should have to choose between being honest about medical conditions and protecting their employment. For one of my sons, epilepsy has contributed to serious motor vehicle accidents. Incidents that have these affected more than just one person involved. They created fear and anxiety for the whole family. When one of my children lives with epilepsy, every journey can carry added level of concern. You are constantly aware that circumstances can change without warning. The impact also extends to siblings. 10 years ago, our family lost our daughter Sarah. She was only 24 years old following a seizure. As a parent, we lost our daughter. My children lost their sister. What makes the grief particularly difficult is many of the siblings continue to live with the same condition. Every seizure can bring back memories of what happened to Sarah and then remind them of their own vulnerability. The tenant did not leave when we lost Sarah. He remains with the rest of the family. He left grief, fear, unanswered questions behind. It's taken peace of mind, sleep, certainty and opportunities. He has never paid rent. But every member of our family has to pay the price. However, our family also refused to allow this tenant to have complete control over our lives. We have worked to raise awareness and increase understanding of epilepsy. My family has supported the work of Epilepsy Tasmania and including our connection with Paul Quilliam. My son Matthew has used golf to help raise awareness and support. My daughter Steffi has organised annual walks to bring people together and draw attention to epilepsy. Through my work as a first aid educator, I've also tried to improve community understanding of seizure and appropriate first aid response. Education is essential. People need to understand that epilepsy presents different from person to person. Not every seizure involves someone falling to the ground or losing awareness. People also need to know how to respond safely and respectfully and when emergency assistance is required. Greater awareness would reduce fear, improve workplace confidence and help prevent people with epilepsy from being unfairly judged or excluded. Families also need greater recognition. The person with the diagnosis is at the centre of the treatment, but epilepsy affects parents, partners, siblings, children and grandchildren. Families provide care, transport, emotional support, supervision and emergency assistance. They live with uncertainty and often carry responsibility that not fully recognised. As I come to the end of my statement, I would like to return to where I began. 34 years ago, I told you an unwanted tenant moved into my life. Their name is epilepsy. The tenant is always a way of describing the disruption, uncertainty, stigma, lost opportunities, and the fear and grief that epilepsy has brought into my family life. Unlike real tenants, we cannot give it notice. We cannot ask it to leave. We cannot lock the door behind it. We simply wake up each day knowing it is still present and we adjust our lives around it. This inquiry cannot remove epilepsy from our family, but it can help reduce the price that families require to pay. I encourage the committee to recommend continuing investment in epilepsy research, improve access to specialist services, greater support for families, increased public education and stronger workplace awareness. People living with epilepsy should be assessed as individuals and supported to participate fully in employment and community life. Families should also be recognised and supported because they live with the effects of epilepsy every day. When I leave this hearing, the unwanted tenant will still be part of my family life, but through better understanding, education, research and support, it does not need to control every room of my house. Thank you very much for listening.
Thanks, Paul. I'm going to go to witness one.
Good afternoon, Chair and Senators. I'm a carer for my teenage son and I'm here today to give you my perspective and a voice on my son's lived experience. The day our world turned upside down began like any other. It was the morning of the 18th of November 2022 and we were preparing for the day ahead. My youngest son was his usual energetic self. There were no warning signs. Out of the blue, he said, "I feel like I'm going to vomit." He appeared dazed and unsteady on his feet. Fast forward 10 minutes and my son had collapsed on the dining room floor. his small 9-year-old body rigid and stiff, his eyes drawn to one side and his head jerking. Eventually, he became completely unconscious. Minutes felt like hours while we waited for the paramedics to arrive. In those terrifying moments, I had no idea what was happening to my son. He was fit, well, and had no history of illness. The paramedics appeared. My son was administered emergency seizure medication, midazolam, and everything moved in slow motion in that moment. He was eventually transferred to a gurney, and we proceeded to drive over the Tasman Bridge toward the Royal Hobart Hospital. I held his small hand while he lay unconscious, feeling confused and grief-stricken. When we arrived at the hospital, my son slowly came to. What followed was a series of diagnostic tests to figure out what had caused the seizure. We were given a daunting range of possibilities. It could be a one-off isolated event, a brain tumour or epilepsy. EEG results revealed that there had been abnormal electrical activity in my son's brain. The first step was to consult with a specialist from the public hospital. Initially, we were advised that doctors generally wait until a child has experienced at least 2 seizures before starting medication, because sometimes it can be an isolated event. My son was not commenced on medication, and the plan was for him to be reviewed. On the 12th of December 2022, my son was unwell again and experiencing visual symptoms. Unfortunately, we were unable to obtain timely advice from the hospital, and 5 days later he had a second tonic-clonic. On this occasion, the seizure duration was much longer. Paramedics administered 2 rounds of midazolam and he was admitted to the resuscitation unit. I recall sitting quietly in the corner of the resuscitation room on a chair while they worked to stabilise him. He was eventually transferred to the paediatric ward but experienced prolonged sedation. After this episode, he was diagnosed with occipital lobe epilepsy. Occipital lobe epilepsy is rare and typically manifests through severe headaches, visual hallucinations, distortions and disturbances, and tonic-clonic seizures. The ensuing years were a blur. It was a combination of fatigue, grief and fear, and not knowing what to do for my son. Shortly after, we reached out to the state's peak body Epilepsy TAS, and at the time we were feeling incredibly isolated, scared and overwhelmed. Epilepsy Tasmania became our lifeline, providing us with practical and emotional support. We spent the next 12 months trialling an anti-seizure drug called sodium valproate, and there were multiple trips to the ED. During this phase, my son experienced a raft of debilitating symptoms, including headaches, difficulty sleeping, extreme nausea where he was often had his head over a bucket all day, a racing heart, blurred vision, a déjà vu sensation, blindness, double vision, hearing impairment, agitation, anxiety, feeling extremely cold and mood swings. My son's body was adjusting to the medication, but his presentation also indicated that he might be having partial seizures now. There are some other things that happened during that period, which I'm happy to discuss off video to preserve my son's dignity. My son required around-the-clock care. At the same time, I lost my employment due to extended carers' leave, which resulted in financial hardship. SUDEP was also on my mind and hypervigilance hit. I was running routine checks on my son during the night, monitoring his breathing movements and listening for any signs of trouble. My son has asked about SUDEP and whether seizures can be fatal. It is really sad that he's had to contemplate his own mortality at such a young age. It was challenging because naturally I'm an analytical, solutions-based person, so I thought that with enough research and perseverance I could find a way to help my son, but epilepsy is a quagmire. We managed to engage a local private paediatrician who was dedicated, compassionate and very capable, but the reality is that the paediatrician was a generalist and trained to manage a vast spectrum of childhood illnesses, but not a specialised neurologist focusing on epilepsy and complex epilepsy disorders. Throughout that period, I kept hearing the same thing. There was no set time frame. Finding the correct medication could take months, years, and in the worst case, it could be drug-resistant epilepsy. We're advised to find a paediatric neurologist or epileptologist. One of the greatest challenges we face in Tasmania is having access to specialist paediatric epilepsy care. Unfortunately, an entire state of Tasmania relies on a single public paediatric neurologist with a very extensive wait list. My son's symptoms were eventually under control with sodium valproate. I resumed my professional career in early 2023, coinciding with my son's return to school. We also found a paediatric neurologist, an epileptologist in Melbourne, and we had multiple appointments via telehealth. Unfortunately, my son developed a rash on his body in August 2023, which can be an early sign of an allergic reaction. Our local paediatrician then prescribed a new drug called Keppra. My son had really good seizure control on Keppra. However, within a few months, he developed Keppra rage, a well-known side effect causing extreme irritability and anger, noting that my son was a previously happy, stable, placid and even-tempered child. My son then started to experience severe and frightening hallucinations, feelings of panic, paranoia and unreality over a period of 18 months. Voices, people and objects that did not exist. It was a terrifying experience for my son. Again, I will discuss this in more detail off video to maintain his dignity. It was deeply traumatic for our family, who were trying to comfort him while simultaneously fearing for his safety. I continued to work through this period as a single parent, and I was utterly exhausted. Neither specialist could offer a solution or a clear pathway. One specialist maintained that it was due to underlying anxiety. I felt like we were being dismissed. We reached crisis point. I had no choice but to fly my son to the mainland for a fourth opinion. Thankfully, in late 2024, we were able to secure an appointment with another specialist, an epileptologist and paediatric neurologist in Melbourne. I had to find thousands of dollars up front to cover the flights, accommodation, transport and specialist consultation fees, but with the help of my elderly parents, we made it to Melbourne. Sadly, we did not have access to the PTAS scheme because we had sought treatment interstate. At the appointment, the specialist advised that my son would have to withdraw from Keppra. It was either epilepsy-related symptoms or he was having a very severe adverse reaction to the drug. He could not provide a definitive answer, but immediate withdrawal was recommended. We flew home, and over a period of 3 months, we completed yet another medication changeover. During the changeover, my son experienced serious withdrawal symptoms, which had an impact on his schooling and my ability to work again. At the end of 2024, I was suffering from burnout. I had severe physical and mental exhaustion caused by the chronic stress of managing my son's condition. Fortunately, things settled down. The symptoms, including severe hallucination, dissipated with the new epilepsy medication, lacosamide Vimpat. It was working well, and my son had another period of stability. My son is now 13 years of age. He continues to take Vimpat, lacosamide, daily. He's a teenager and wanting his independence. Soon there will be a new set of challenges for him and things to consider, such as late night sleep deprivation and alcohol consumption, which are all major seizure triggers for teenagers. We are uncertain if he will ever drive. My son is also starting to think about his future and if he will be able to live independently. What will happen if he can't work? He also questions why epilepsy is not officially recognised as a disability by the government. In January this year, we travelled to Melbourne to see our specialist. At the appointment, there was discussion around my son potentially withdrawing from seizure medication to see if he had outgrown the condition. We're advised that if he goes through this process, there is a risk of relapse and possible deterioration of his condition. Since that appointment, my son has had a setback. He has been displaying symptoms of possible aura and brief occipital lobe seizures, and now he's to have further EEG tests and a possible MEG. Our specialist has stated that depending on the results, he may have to increase my son's medication. He's currently on an outpatient waitlist for an EEG through the public system. There is no provider in Tasmanian, private provider, and home EEG monitoring isn't available anymore. I've been advised that the MEG is a specialised piece of machinery, and if my son needs a MEG, we will be required to travel to Melbourne again. My employment has been impacted by medical appointments, risk assessments and meetings with my son's school and support organisations like Epilepsy TAS. I am very concerned about the probable impact upon my employment and finances in the event that my son becomes unwell again and has a major relapse. There is a genuine risk that ongoing epilepsy-related disruptions could affect our housing security and financial stability if I have to stop work again. There has been significant medical intervention for my son, the costs which have primarily fallen on me. Epilepsy has had a profound impact on my son's mental health and emotional well-being. Following the diagnosis, he has consistently required psychological counselling, which has helped him manage the anxiety, fear and trauma associated with the condition. Unfortunately, there is no access to free long-term psychological therapies for children and carers living with epilepsy. Despite the severity of epilepsy and its impact, it's not routinely funded through NDIS, and families are often left carrying substantial costs with little or no support from government. We now live in regional Tasmania for family support, so the geographical wide for us is even wider. For families living outside major metropolitan areas, access to epilepsy care is inequitable. I share my son's story today to highlight what families in our position face. Epilepsy is just more than flashing lights. It can manifest in so many different ways. It's more than just tonic-clonic seizures. It can strike at any time, and it changes your reality in an instant. It impacts on every aspect of life, emotionally, financially, psychologically and professionally. And while medication can sometimes bring relief, it often results in debilitating side effects, which is often underestimated. Epilepsy has been one of life's unexpected blows, but I remain hopeful and optimistic for my son. Thank you for your time and for listening to my story.
Thank you. Witness 2.
Good afternoon, and thank you for inviting me to share my daughter Holly's story today. My wife would have been here today with us, but my daughter suffered a seizure last night at bedtime and another one this morning within minutes of waking up. Holly is 23 years old. She has mosaic Down syndrome and autism, but those diagnoses do not define who she is. Holly is a bright young woman who loves dancing, drawing, arts and crafts, cooking, listening to music, exploring YouTube videos and walking along a quiet beach. She is our daughter. She is the light of our lives. The morning of 24th of March this year changed our lives forever. Holly was having her morning shower when my wife Trish heard a loud crash. She ran down the hall to find Holly collapsed in the shower cubicle, her body twisted and convulsing. Instinctively, she called an ambulance. I was interstate at the time. The first I knew about it was a phone call from Trish from the back of the ambulance on the way to hospital. That moment marked the beginning of our family's journey into the world of seizures, a world we knew nothing about, and one that has left us living with uncertainty every single day since. When people think about seizures, they often think about the medical event itself. What they don't see is what happens to the family. Can you imagine waking in the middle of the night because you're convinced you've just heard your child having a seizure? You run to their bedroom, heart racing, only to find them peacefully asleep. It was only a dream. But it felt so real that you couldn't tell the difference. That is what life has become. Every unexpected sound makes your heart stop day and night. A bang in the house, a phone call when you're away, even hearing a cow mooing in the distance can make you wonder whether your daughter is crying out or having another seizure. A jolt through your body, a surge of adrenaline to keep you on high alert. That might sound irrational, but that is what constant fear does to a parent. You never relax, you never really sleep. The fear doesn't leave when the seizure ends. It follows you everywhere. In just 4 months, I feel like I've aged 7 years. The spring has gone out of my step, replaced by constant anxiety and an overwhelming sense of dread. Perhaps the hardest part has not been the seizures themselves. It has been not knowing. 4 months later, we still don't have a definitive diagnosis. Not because the technology doesn't exist, not because clinicians don't care, but because the pathway to getting the right investigations is so difficult that families can spend months living in uncertainty. There was a 22-day period without seizures, giving us hope that things were improving. During that time, Holly's medications continued to increase. Then the seizures returned. As parents, every instinct told us something wasn't right. We watched Holly become increasingly anxious. She developed frightening thoughts. She suffered nightmares. She became sleep deprived. She regressed to the point where she could barely function. We watched the young woman who loves dancing, drawing, and walking along the beach become frightened, exhausted, and withdrawn. We didn't just see seizures. We watched pieces of Holly's personality disappear while we waited for answers. As parents, that was heartbreaking. Whether these changes were related to medication, the seizures themselves, or something else entirely, we still do not know. That uncertainty has been devastating. As parents, we weren't looking to question the expertise of the people caring for Holly. We weren't asking for miracles. We were simply asking for answers. Our family didn't fall through one crack in the healthcare system. We fell through dozens. There were gaps between emergency care and specialist services, gaps between hospital and outpatient care, gaps between diagnosis and treatment, gaps between being told to seek help and actually being able to access it. No one part of the system failed us completely, but no part of the system connected together either. We were told to email the clinic if we had concerns. We did, 3 times. We never received a response. We were told there was a rapid access clinic if Holly's medications became a concern. When we tried to access it, we were told we couldn't. We weren't asking for special treatment. We were simply trying to stop our daughter getting sicker while we waited for someone to tell us what was happening to her. Instead, we found ourselves becoming the coordinators of Holly's care. We repeated her story over and over again. We carried information from one service to another. We chased appointments, we chased phone calls, we chased answers. Families in crisis shouldn't have to become care coordinators. They should be allowed to be parents. Throughout Holly's journey, one issue kept coming back to the same place: diagnosis. Without capturing one of Holly's events on an EEG, nobody can say with certainty exactly what type of seizures she is experiencing. Yet accessing the investigation that could provide those answers is incredibly difficult. We're advised to undertake a sleep-deprived EEG. On paper, that sounds straightforward and simple. In reality, it meant keeping Holly awake all night while ensuring at least one, usually 2, exhausted parents stayed awake with her. It meant trying to stop an exhausted young woman with autism from falling asleep during a 40-minute drive to the hospital. It meant bringing her into an unfamiliar hospital environment, knowing it would heighten her anxiety and overwhelm her. Then hoping she would fall asleep at the right time, and hoping she would have a seizure during the recording. The odds were stacked against Holly before the test could even begin. Meanwhile, portable EEG technology already exists. It allows people to remain in the comfort and familiarity of their own home over a longer period of time, dramatically increasing the chance of capturing an event. That isn't simply more convenient. It has the potential to provide earlier answers, reduce unnecessary hospital visits, reduce repeated specialist appointments, and allow treatment decisions to be made with greater confidence. Most importantly, it could spare families months of uncertainty. In the middle of all those gaps was one organisation that helped hold us together, Epilepsy Tasmania. They couldn't diagnose Holly, they couldn't prescribe medication, they couldn't order investigations, but they did something that nobody else seemed to have time to do. They listened. They answered our questions. They explained things in language we could understand. They helped us understand the healthcare system and where we could go for support. When every appointment left us with more questions than answers, they were there. When we felt isolated and overwhelmed, they were there. They became the one constant in an otherwise fragmented system. I genuinely don't know how our family would have navigated the last 4 months without them. Community organisations like Epilepsy TAS are not an optional extra. They are an essential part of supporting families while they wait for a healthcare system that is under immense pressure. They deserve ongoing investment because they fill a gap that families simply cannot fill alone. Our family story is not about blaming individual doctors, nurses or health professionals. Every person we met was working within a system that is stretched beyond its limits. This is about the system, a system where families wait months for answers, a system where communication between services breaks down, a system where parents become care coordinators because no one else is coordinating the child's journey, a system where access to the right diagnostic tools depends more on circumstance than clinical need. We aren't asking for miracles. We are asking for a healthcare system that joins the dots, one that communicates, one that supports and offers clearer pathways for families, one that allows for earlier access to the right diagnostic investigations, including portable EEG monitoring where clinically appropriate, one that recognises that every month spent waiting for answers is another month a family spends living in fear. And finally, one that continues to invest in organisations like Epilepsy TAS, who provide families with the support, education and reassurance they need while navigating an incredibly frightening journey. Please, don't let another family spend months living in uncertainty when solutions already exist. Families shouldn't have to become care coordinators. They should be allowed to simply be mum and dad. Thank you.
Ebony. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge my husband, Brad, who is here today. I'm speaking on behalf of the both of us, and we're grateful for the opportunity to share and express our journey today. Our daughter Juliet is 4 years old and lives with a rare genetic epilepsy disorder known as PCDH19. I have provided you with some images of Juliet because I believe a picture can tell 1,000 words. These images help bring to life the experiences, challenges and moments that are often difficult to capture through words alone. They allow you to see Juliet not just as a case study or a statistic, but as a child, a person and a young girl whose life has been shaped by epilepsy. I'm sharing our experience to highlight the significant gaps in diagnosis, care, support and recognition for children living with rare epilepsies in Australia. Juliet had her first seizures at 9 months old. Following her initial hospital presentation, we were told they were febrile seizures related to COVID-19 and was sent home. The next day, she experienced another cluster of seizures and was airlifted to the Royal Hobart Hospital. After a week in ICU and no clear findings on an MRI, we were discharged without answers. Juliet was prescribed Keppra and we were told she would need to take it twice daily, but we received no further explanation, education or support. We quickly discovered ourselves that this medication can cause severe behavioural side effects. Juliet experienced what is commonly referred to as Keppra rage. Becoming a completely different child almost overnight, we were not warned about this and were provided with no support to manage it. When we questioned were there any other medications available to her, the paediatrician said, "It's the best of a bad bunch." We were also not referred to any support services such as Epilepsy Tasmania, We had to find and contact them ourselves only after being made aware of the organisation through relatives. 3 months later, Juliet had another cluster of seizures at childcare and was taken to the LGH. Her seizures escalated quickly and the Department of Emergency Management were unable to stop them with initial medications. She was intubated and transferred to Royal Hobart Hospital to intensive care. Despite multiple hospital admissions, no diagnosis was provided. Each episode was attributed to viral illness, still no answers. Over 12 months later and more hospital admissions, a genetic cause was only considered after a nurse suggested testing, something that hadn't been offered previously. 6 weeks later, Juliet was diagnosed with PCDH19, a rare genetic epilepsy disorder affecting the X chromosome. My husband Brad and I were later tested for the same genetic mutation. It took 18 months for our results to be returned. Her diagnosis is de novo, meaning that Juliet is the only carrier of the genetic mutation in our family. The delay of these results had a significant impact on our family. Juliet's condition has significantly impacted her development. She didn't meet key milestones such as crawling and walking within expected timeframes. With support from St Giles Society and ongoing therapies, she began walking at just over 2 years old. Her diagnosis is associated with clustered severe seizures. Juliet's a generalised tonic-clonic. Her longest seizure recorded in hospital is 17 minutes. Developmental delay, intellectual disability, autism and ADHD, and significant behavioural challenges. The diagnosis was both a relief and devastating for us. While we finally had answers, we also had to come to terms with a very different future for our daughter and how this impacts our family. Juliet's diagnosis also had a significant impact on our family unit as we have 2 older daughters, Rosie 8 and Winnie 7. Our minds quickly turned to who was going to look after our other 2 daughters when we must be in hospital with Juliet. It's a balancing act for Brad and I, sharing the load in hospital, one of us staying the night and then swapping so Brad can go to work. We have developed a shared understanding that when one of us is at mental and emotional capacity and needs to take a break from the demands of being in hospital with a sick child, the other one takes over. We were now heavily reliant on our extended families to pick up the load of looking after Rosie and Winnie, learning how to administer emergency epilepsy medication when Juliet was in their care, family meetings to discuss who will do what when we have to go to hospital. We are lucky that we have a large family who can help, but I often think about those who don't. The year that followed diagnosis was extremely traumatic, involving over 100 seizures, repeated ICU admissions and emergency air transfers to Royal Hobart Hospital. I was in the Tasmanian Police Academy at the time that Juliet started having seizures, and it just so happened during graduation week, Juliet would have a cluster of seizures and again was airlifted to Hobart. I swapped with Brad in the hospital so that I could quickly go to the graduation ceremony and come back to the hospital straight after. Soon after graduating and starting work at the Launceston police station, it became apparent that Juliet was going to need my full-time care. We made the decision that I would resign from the police force so that I could take care of Juliet, take her to her many therapy appointments and specialist scans. Brad changed his career path so that we were financially able to cope with living off a single income with more flexibility. Tasmania faces a critical shortage of paediatric neurologists. On multiple occasions in the hospital, Juliet's paediatric neurologist was on leave and there was no one else in Tasmania to treat her. The Neuro's medical plan had been exhausted and so the treating doctors had to seek advice from interstate. During one hospital admission, Juliet experienced over 60 seizures across 2 weeks. In hospital, it's always trial and error of more than 5 medications to see what will stabilise her seizures. Following discharge, we were responsible for managing complex medication changes at home without close specialist oversight and hoping that weaning of any of the medications wouldn't trigger an onset of seizures. After being discharged from the Launceston General Hospital following a week-long admission, Juliet began seizing again within minutes of us leaving. We called an ambulance and were told other cases were being prioritised, despite explaining that her oxygen saturation drops dangerously low during seizures and she requires bag valve mask intervention. After waiting over an hour on the side of the road, we made the decision to drive her back to the hospital ourselves. Many times I've honestly thought they're never going to be able to stop the cluster of seizures and she could die. The impact this has on our own mental health is debilitating. We called ahead to the paediatric ward to let them know we would be coming back in, but because we'd been discharged earlier, we had to go back through the emergency department. While waiting in the emergency line, she began seizing in my arms and was only then triaged urgently. She required intubation and was airlifted to Hobart and into ICU. This was one of the most traumatic experiences our family has endured. Through the NDIS, Juliet has been funded under global developmental delay, not her epilepsy diagnosis. This classification expires at the age of 7. This creates significant uncertainty as her epilepsy diagnosis alone is not recognised as a qualifying disability, despite its profound and lifelong impact. Without NDIS support, Juliet would not have achieved her current developmental progress or been able to attend mainstream schooling. We have ongoing appointments with occupational therapists, physical therapy, etc. There is no dedicated Australian support network for PCDH19. We've had to rely on overseas, primarily US-based support groups for information and guidance. This highlights a major gap in awareness, research and support for rare epilepsy conditions in Australia. Based on our experience, I respectfully recommend the following: recognition of epilepsy as a disability under the NDIS, improved access to paediatric neurologists in regional areas, earlier access to genetic testing, mandatory referral to support services, improved emergency response protocols, national support and awareness for rare epilepsies, and better family support and education. Juliet's story is not unique. There are many families across Australia facing similar challenges. However, the lack of awareness, delayed diagnosis, limited specialist access and inadequate support systems significantly increase the burden on families already navigating complex medical conditions. With earlier diagnosis, better resourcing and proper recognition of rare epilepsies, families like ours could avoid much of the trauma, uncertainty and isolation we have experienced. I urge the Senate to consider these gaps and take meaningful action to improve outcomes for children just like Juliet.
Thank you, Ebony. I'm just going to ask if we could suspend briefly. Thank you very much to Paul for sharing your family and Sarah's story and for framing it in such a way that made it very easy to envisage and understand. Witness 1, thank you for sharing your son's story and the impact that it's had on you and your family, and for taking us along on the roller coaster and the challenges that epilepsy has brought to your family. To Witness 2, thank you for sharing your story of your family and Holly, and it must be a really terrifying journey, and it's a much newer one for you and your family, and I hope that, well, the committee hopes that you get some answers soon. And Ebony, thank you for sharing your story about the impact on Brad and on Juliet with her diagnosis, and I just want to reassure you all that this is the most important part of this inquiry. Sorry. We understand that it's the lived experience of the people who are living this that really needs to determine the policy directions and the recommendations that the committee makes to the government. So often we see in policy a real lack of co-design with people with lived experience, and so we've certainly attempted in this inquiry to bring that to the fore. So thank you for speaking not only on behalf of your families, but the thousands of other people who are on the same journey, albeit a slightly different one to the one that you are on. I also want to thank very much Senator Askew, who was the person who brought the issue of epilepsy to the committee's attention as something that was needed an inquiry, and to the role that I know Epilepsy Tasmania has played in putting this on the national agenda. I can tell you when we first thought that we would have an inquiry into epilepsy, we thought it was going to be quite short. And after we opened up for submissions, it became very apparent to us very quickly that there was a lot more to this than we had first realised. And I think that speaks to what you are telling us that you live every day, that so many people in the community, be they medical experts, people in education, employers, people in the community, other family members, don't really understand what a diagnosis of epilepsy actually means. So I really hope that this inquiry will help in the community education function around this. I know even in my own experience, I've been talking to my colleagues and others about this inquiry, and people are really shocked and surprised at the sorts of evidence that we're hearing, and that speaks to the fact that we need to educate the community. The committee is hoping that we have time to fit in one more hearing for this inquiry, so we will do our best to see if we can make that happen. But I do want to thank everyone for being in front of the committee today. Your evidence is incredibly valuable, and this is Senator Askew's last week in the Senate, so I also want to put on the record our thanks to her for the advocacy that she has brought to this issue and putting it on the committee's agenda. So that brings to an end our evidence for today. The committee will be reporting to the Senate on the 10th of September 2026 and has agreed that responses to questions on notice should be provided by close of business on Tuesday the 18th of August 2026, noting that this is not a panel where we have taken questions on notice. And the committee stands adjourned. Thank you. Thanks very much.